Sounds good. A nice. Usually we got the dome, so big changes already. afternoon, and welcome to the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel on this fine Saturday in the month of April. I'm Charlie Morris, joined alongside my partner Claire DeMeo, and we're here presenting to you the Big Ten Rugby Sevens Championship here at Stinson Rugby Field in South Bend, Indiana. Notre Dame, one of the 10 participating teams, playing host to 9 others, including last year's championship winners, the Penn State Nittany Lions.
Absolutely, Charlie. This is going to be an excellent day of rugby. We have a bunch of different games going on from about now, until about 6:30. So if you stay with us, we'll get that going. But yeah, the first teams up are Illinois and Indiana, and both teams very strong, very physical. Indiana playing in that final against Penn State last year, but getting edged out at the very last second on a walk-off try by the Nittany Lions to take the championship. So it's going to be a very interesting matchup. And again, all these teams vying for a spot in not only the NCR tournament, but also to take the Big Ten.
We're just about set, about 20 to 30 seconds till opening kickoff. 10 teams participating today, divided into 2 pools. Pool A with Illinois and Indiana, the 2 teams we're about to see, along with the Fighting Irish, Michigan State, and Purdue. Over in Pool B will be Iowa, Michigan, Ohio State, the defending champion Nittany Lions, along with the Wisconsin Badgers. Both pools on the varsity level will be shown today. As Claire mentioned, start times from 1 p.m. all the way to the final game starting at 6:30 this evening, so stay with us for as long as you'd like. Got a lot of good rugby on display today. Also going on a separate field here at Notre Dame is the JV division with Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, 2 Notre Dame teams, Ohio State and Purdue, all competing. That will not make it on the stream, but as you may have seen just a minute ago, there is a QR code that will periodically appear on the broadcast throughout the day. So scan that with your mobile device, and that will take you to a very informative place with all the scores, stats, live updates, everything you could want in preparation for the day. So we are underway officially. Indiana kicks it off wearing their black uniforms to Illinois, who gathered in and instantly turn it over. So it will be the Hoosiers who start with the first possession.
Yeah, and the Hoosiers play very disciplined, although turning the ball over there, so the Illini now have a chance to get up on the field and start their attack.
And they will nearly break through, as in this 7-on-7 format, a lot different than 15-on-15, which you're more familiar with in the fall, but in the spring it's less than half the size of that, and so a lot more running room for these players, a lot more opportunities for creativity and long try runs, and knock-on called against the Illini. So Indiana with an offensive chance right away. We're only a minute in, 2 7-minute halves comprising each game. A lot of games on tap for today.
Yeah, absolutely, and just then an unfortunate knock-on for the Illini. Indiana with a great opportunity here just outside the 22 to get something going.
Thrown all the way out to the right side. Couple Illini in on that tackle. Indiana will reset the offense. The Hoosiers now moving right to left. Strong run, but a strong tackle as well, as that was Johnny Leffel, the senior, who's tough to bring down. Penalty against the Illini, and our first try of the day. Oh! I don't believe he got in. What a defensive play.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to place the ball with control, but it looks like they will give him the try.
They do, Claire, as you mentioned. They award the try. That was very close. And the fans are not happy in front of me. Getting another look, it certainly appeared that the Illinois player knocked the ball out of the hands before the Indiana player was able to get it in for the score, but nonetheless, referee saw differently. 7-0 after the conversion is successful. Hoosiers off to a strong start.
Yeah, and again, unfortunate turnover there by the Illini, setting up that play for the Hoosiers, and especially when you're given some good field position like that, you have to play a little bit more crisp. And that kick went
backwards. Needs to go 10 meters, went about -8
Yep.
before it started bouncing. So not quite.
So the Illini here with an opportunity.
And just a reminder, if you want to get another look at any play that goes on today, we do not have an operating replay room, but since this is a YouTube stream, just scroll back a bit on the live YouTube feed and rewatch any moment you'd like. So if you want to get another look at our first try of the day, see why the referee ruled it a try, you may, but that's manual replay today only for the viewers, but better than nothing. Right now it's Illinois kicking it out all the way to the right side as they just barely stay in bounds on the near side. Tackle made by Wyatt Schrader, another senior on this Indiana Hoosiers team. Looking, as you mentioned, Claire, came up just short last year, losing on a walk-off try in the finals. Looking to avenge it this year. Always a strong team, the Hoosiers, and definitely have the capabilities to get it done this spring.
Absolutely, and for the Illini, again, just staying disciplined, trying to mitigate the runs as
they
the
failed to
Hoosiers
do so there, and Indiana with another score. No doubt about it, a long try run. No drama about this one. Finally downed in the try zone, making it officially 12-0 Hoosiers.
And right there, again, just staying disciplined on that defensive launch, getting up early and trying to stop those breaks. It's very difficult, especially against a team that's as poised, as inexperienced as Indiana is. But again, they'll have an opportunity now to get some points on the board, and we've seen some great things from the Illini in their offensive pursuits, but again, just finding those opportunities. It seems like they're closing in a little bit too tightly, especially on the edges, so getting the ball out into space and trying to find the gaps to run through will be very important for them.
That was Captain Peyton Wall who brought it in for the try. He does a lot of the kicking as well. The try attempt banks off the left upright, so it remains 12-0. Illinois needs a quick response, and once again, Wall's kick does not go the required distance. This one a little bit closer, but still came up short. So Illinois with a chance on the offense. Out to the right side, one-on-one move, and then an offload, space down the middle. Strong tackle made, but the Illini continue to possess. They'll go out to the far left. And a drop out wide. Does that look like it may be a promising rush? Knock-on called. Another turnover for Illinois.
Yeah, and again, they're utilizing a lot of those offloads, which, again, can be a very effective technique to try and get the ball out quickly. And, again, you're seeing a lot of the right things, but unfortunately just a little bit of a mis-execution there. And, again, with those little pop-up passes, you have to be very alert. And get your hand on those because they come really quickly. So unfortunate right there for the Illini. But, again, you're seeing a lot of the right things.
12-0 Indiana leads on our first game of the day. Under a minute to go in the first half. And another chance for the Hoosiers. Great offload to Wall. One man to beat. And he's taken down. Gets it off quickly into the hands of Wyatt Schrader. Schrader spun to the ground. Leaves it behind. Indiana now to the right side. Johnny Leffel offloads it. And strong running. Hard to bring down the ball carrier, but now it's moved along. Couple give and goes and a little bit of space. Just brilliant offense from the Hoosiers, and they score again. Third try of the first half. Indiana, a strong start, up 17.
And Indiana, again, they're so good at finding the spaces to run through. And, you know, it doesn't take much for them to really find it. When they see the defender out of position, they're going to attack that gap. And right there, again, translating those little miscues and little miscommunications into points. So as we move into the second half, that's an adjustment that Illinois needs to look at and try to make. Again, just staying in position, staying disciplined, launching up as a line, just some of these basic things that can really make a difference.
We're going to go to a quick halftime break here. Illinois down 19 points after 7 minutes. Going to need a big second half comeback. We'll be right back.
At the end of the first half, the score will be 19-0 to Indiana.
Do that. Yeah. Who was it? Jamo came over. He was ready to climb the fence and choke somebody. Tom, yeah.
Well, I was going to, because I didn't know if it was going to be on the screen. I didn't know if it was going to be on the screen.
All right, touch, Judge.
All right, Con, way to work that line.
Start of the second half, Illinois will kick it away. Indiana already up 19 and looking to add on. Early whistle, offsides. Or obstruction, excuse me. So, good chance for Illinois. They need a big comeback and they need it quick, so good start for them getting the ball in plus territory. They'll try this near sideline again. They've been using this a lot already on the offense today.
Yeah, and again, I'm noticing they're utilizing the switch pretty well as to avoid going into touch right as they're getting squeezed. But unfortunately, just knocked on right there. So as they try and close in on the try zone, just another mistake for Illinois, and Indiana will have an opportunity off a set play here.
Yeah, just a lot of mistakes with the ball in hand for the Fighting Illini early on in this one. That time just rushing to pick it up off the ground, and it results in a quick knock-on, and Indiana takes over with the scrum. Moves it all the way out to the far sideline. Now they come back towards the middle. Here's a good tackle. Illinois looking to force a turnover, go back on the offense. Wall with some space. He offloads it into the hands of a very speedy Tommy Hannon. One more offload to Leffel, and Leffel with the fourth try for Indiana. Another try, they take a 24-0 lead.
And right there, again, just catching the defender out of position, and in a moment's notice, they can just go in for the try. Again, another adjustment to be made, just looking up a bit, evaluating, okay, where is the attacker driving towards, and being wary because they're very shifty too on offense. They can go drive one way, then switch gears and cut up the next. So again, just being mindful of that, and trying to adjust and communicate that all down the line as well.
There was the speed and shiftiness of the sophomore Tommy Hannon, who made that play possible before offloading it to Johnny Leffel for the try, and the fourth one of the game for Indiana, who, to no surprise, look very strong as they are one of the best rugby teams, not only in the Big Ten, but also in all of college.
Yeah, and again, they're showing their strength very early on in this tournament, making their presence known again very quickly. So this is a very strong start for the Hoosiers, and again, as they advance throughout the day, hopefully maintaining that momentum. But again, very strong showing, especially in that first half, gaining a big lead and then capitalizing more in the second.
Scrum upcoming as the Hoosiers go for that after the Illinois penalty. Clock continues to tick down to 3.5 minutes remaining in half number 2. Indiana up 24 points against the Illinois Fighting Illini. Coming up right after the conclusion of this game, the host Notre Dame Fighting Irish taking on the Michigan State Spartans. That one's scheduled for a 1:20 kickoff, so don't go anywhere at the conclusion of this one. Got a lot of action for you today and tomorrow. 2 straight days of 6 hours of rugby action before we finally settle the Big Ten Sevens champion of 2024. Another scrum. This one belonging to Illinois. 2:40 remaining. Up to the 22-meter line. Now Illinois will reset and go back the other way. Low pass is gathered in, but a penalty called. So another mistake with the ball by the Illini.
Yeah, and so again, just not really what you want to be doing, committing those penalties, especially so far deep into the territory. Indiana on the doorstep once again.
That was Sumer Maney who was brought down in a heap. Indiana to the far side. That's a good tackle by Illinois, and they draw the penalty, so good defensive possession. And they get an extra field position boost as well, so Illinois showing a little bit of fight here as we wind down to the last 90 seconds, but knock on ruled as it was bobbled by the intended target. Illinois will make 3 substitutions, so a lot of personnel changes in the final 110. Picked out of the scrum by Jack Reese. Offloaded all the way out to the far left side. That's Hannon again. Finally brought down, but what a pass. Somehow got it away from the seat of his pants. And now a try results as Indiana showing their toughness and getting in for another score.
Yeah, and again, they're just laying it on again. It's going to be a long tournament, so starting off strong and hopefully keeping that momentum throughout the day. But this is a really great showing for the Hoosiers. Very positive start to the tournament for them for sure.
Yeah, the Hoosiers' next game at 2:50 p.m. They will be the technical home team in that matchup against Michigan State. For Illinois, they'll have to look for revenge against Purdue. It will be Purdue's first game of the day. That one kicks off at 2:30 as Purdue is on the bye for the first part of Pool A play. 5 teams per pool, round-robin format. Each team plays every other team in its pool at least once, and then maybe more depending on the playoffs. Indiana wins 29-0. That'll do it for our first game. Notre Dame against Michigan State as those 2 teams get set to take the field.
Yeah, Notre Dame coming off of a pretty strong running in their Fighting Irish Sevens tournament. Didn't end up exactly the way that they wanted, but you know, again, they'd shown some pretty good signs early into the tournament. Unfortunately, not quite maintaining that momentum in the later stages, but if they can come out strong in this match, it'll be definitely good for them.
As a reminder to see live results and the schedule for the rest of the days remaining, scan the QR code on your screen. A lot of valuable information, so use that code at your discretion, but I highly recommend. All the stats and figures and results that you want from today's action, you can find it right there. Game 2. Almost set to go underway. Michigan State in black jerseys with green shoulders. Notre Dame in white with navy blue shorts. Beautiful day in South Bend. It's finally starting to warm up for the first time since October. Here in one of the least temperate cities in the United States of America. Ball goes into touch immediately. So Michigan State forces the early turnover and sets up for the line out.
And so another opportunity here for Michigan State to run a set play. They're in good position just outside the 22. You can see
They'll actually go for the scrum, excuse
Okay.
me. Is it so close to the touchline, look like they may up for the line out, but instead they'll go for the scrum, which is juggled, and Notre Dame is ruled to the penalty, so the Spartans with a more controlled possession now. As they move towards the right side of the field. Notre Dame sliding with them on defense. And a penalty called, so Michigan State loses the opportunity. Notre Dame holding strong on the defense. It looked like that may have been Colin Artis in there forcing the penalty. Number 10 in white, one of the strongest players for this Notre Dame team. Go for the tap and go. 6 of 7 Irish players bunched up on the left side right now of the field. Now they go to the 1 on the right side. And he finds some space. Ball is free. Referee blows his whistle, stopping play. 5:10 to go in the first half. Still no score in this one. Spartans looking to turn it quickly, catch Notre Dame off guard. Quick offload, and what a catch out wide. Dive for the try line, and he's in. Michigan State strikes first. It might have been Josiah Rosa who brings it in, number 11 in black.
And that was some great speed and awareness there by the Spartans off that penalty, getting a very quick start, tap and go, and getting in for the try off that quick offload. They caught Notre Dame's wing out of position and giving just enough space to go in for the try. So well done, very disciplined play by the Spartans. And they go up 7-0.
It's a brilliant conversion kick from almost no angle. So Michigan State goes up 7-0. That was Lucas Ring, the junior out of Toledo, who somehow snuck that between the uprights from all the way out wide. So brilliant kick from him. And Michigan State extends the lead to 7. Has it again, ready to kick it away. Line drive kick inside the 22, fielded by the Irish. A little bit of running room along the right side. Now Notre Dame will reserve to going back towards the near side. And a fake. And some space for Artis. Tackled by the last man back. What a play by Ring. Michigan State commits the penalty.
Looks like they will
taken.
be offsides.
John Barnes grabs it, ready to tap and go again, which he will. Andrew Packard, considering his options, finds Artis. Artis quick pass. And a couple broken tackles on the right side. Notre Dame with their first try. Cuts the deficit to 2.
And that was excellent play right there. Again, using the space on the outsides, looking for the offload, looking for the clean passes. And so a great phase by the Irish to advance up the field and, yeah, narrow this margin. It's 5-7 with the kick on the way in good position, and it's through. So they tie it up 7-7 with just under 3 minutes remaining in the first half.
Great answer by the Irish. As looked like that may have been Jackson Graham who officially brought it over the line for the try. And then Artis with the conversion right down the middle. 2 minutes to play in half number 1. 7-7 game between the hosts and the visiting Spartans. Artis' kick goes high in the air. It's bobbled but corralled off the deflection by Miles Bell. Michigan State along the left touchline, trying to make something happen, getting close to midfield. Now across midfield, offload, and look at the speed from the Spartans on this attack. As Robbie Smith with a lot of space tries to get up quickly, but is not allowed to do so, and Notre Dame gets a break and gets the ball right back.
And so right there, you have to release on the tackles. So good on Notre Dame for sticking with it and getting the ball back off that penalty as they try and advance up and break Michigan State's line again.
Graham looking to do it for the second time. On the right side, Artis nearly, but he finds Barnes. Barnes trying to be tracked from behind, but a stiff arm. What a strong run from John Barnes, who tiredly flops in the try zone to give the Irish the lead.
And that was a very, very strong run by Barnes. And good on his teammate on the wing to find him and pass it on again. He was making a break of his own, so having the awareness to pass it off before being taken to ground, that was unselfish play by the Irish, and they go up 12-7 as the clock starts to tick down. And it'll be 14 now.
Conversion is good from Artis. Again, Barnes downed it in the try zone right between the uprights, so not too difficult an attempt. Notre Dame with 14 quick points at the end of the first half, as that was Artis who set up Barnes, as you mentioned, that great last-second offload.
Yeah, and again, using the teammates, especially on the wing, just having the awareness. And, you know, sometimes you can take it in yourself, but makes it a lot easier if you have your teammate there who can you can just pass it off to. So, again, great execution, and, yeah, it puts them up by 1 score. So Michigan State here with another opportunity off that shanked kick, if you will.
Yeah, it looks like the wind may be playing a part, as that's the second time we've seen a kick going from right to left get really caught up and not go anywhere. So Notre Dame turns it over. Michigan State looking to tie it up. It's flipped on to the left side. They'll go all the way out to the left wing. Cuts back towards the middle, past the 10-meter line, and bear crawls ahead for a couple extra meters of ground. Bouncing pass. Spartans continue to take their time. Very patient possession right now. We've seen them use their speed, but now we're seeing them exercise a little bit of patience. Ring all the way past man.
And there's an overload on the side. Let's see if the Spartans can see it too. Notre Dame contains that pretty well.
A very high-intensity defense, and they force the turnover. Patrick McKenzie shoves off a couple defenders before giving it away. Tom Bowman trying to stay on his feet.
Good,
That's a
get up,
strong
get up,
tackle.
get up. There you go, get it.
And a counter ruck is this. Does that look like Ring, who's doing it all right now for Michigan State? Just now gets to his feet. Juggled but corralled by Patrick Jennings. Jennings with a cut to the left by his man into the try zone. He's in. 5 more for the Irish.
And again, just very patient. They're moving as a unit very well. Again, you know, catching Michigan State a little bit off guard with their movement and, you know, finding the gaps, finding the opportunities. And again, they're placing the ball very well as well, setting up for the kicks to extend the lead. Let's see.
Got it, Rob. Come on, babe.
So Notre Dame goes up 21-7 after that.
Yep, it was. Didn't look pretty, but it did make it through from Andrew Packard, just barely getting above the crossbar and inside the left upright. That'll do it for the first half. Irish with a 14-point lead. We'll be right back.
He might be a little too wound up right now. Maybe he knows better.
What's nice is all of these are going to be on YouTube. You can go watch it tonight.
Just about set for half number 2. Notre Dame with a 21-7 lead against the Michigan State Spartans. Notre Dame's next game will not be for a while. They won't kick off till 4:20 as they have a bye in the next segment of Pool A play. As for the Spartans, as previously mentioned, they're going to be playing Indiana in the next round. That is a 2:50 kickoff. Between now and then, we have a couple Pool B games, and Purdue and Illinois as well after a quick buffer. So a lot of action on the schedule. That's what 7-minute games will do for you. Or 7-minute halves, 14-minute games, excuse me. Quick ones no matter how you cut it,
Yeah, absolutely.
as opposed to the normal 40-minute halves in 15-on-15 spring rugby. Obviously a lot different. Still, a lot happens. You never know. We saw a couple weeks ago during the Irish Invitational here on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel, plenty of second-half lead changes, plenty of second-half comebacks. So Spartans certainly not out of this one yet, although the path gets a little tougher as powering through for the quick strike for the Irish. It's Tom Bowman.
Yeah, and right there, very quick score by the Irish, extending that lead early into the second half. And so Michigan State now has to be able to reset and kind of shake that first half off, shake off that last drive, and, you know, really stick to what they know, not try to do too much. Again, they move well as a unit, and we saw very early into the game how they can really be aware of the defensive positioning, and so creating those opportunities, those quick passes on the outside to try and go in for the score will be very, very beneficial for them moving forward in this match.
26-7, Irish extend the lead to 19 points. As the line-out was a surprising, quick, low, short one, and clearly a set play that the Irish have gotten quite good at. Michigan State needs a quick one now as Down 14, you're certainly in it. Down 19, it gets a little tougher, but look at the speed. It's a quick response coming from the Spartans. What a tackle. McKenzie with the chase down to save the try, but the Spartans still knocking on the door. That was a strong run.
Yep, one more on the outside. One more on the outside.
And Notre Dame's defense trying not to relent as they move inside the 22 after a tough breakaway by the Spartans.
Ring with the offload. They'll go one more. And the second try of the game for Michigan State's Josiah Rosa as he downs it in the try zone.
And just like that, the Spartans are on the board again. And, you know, they just played a very clean phase of sevens rugby here. Again, off that big breakaway, taking them all the way down the field. And then, again, just playing very systematically, going into contact, passing it out, and, you know, getting all the way to the side for the score. So, again, unselfish play, a lot of ball movement, and it's translating pretty well for them offensively in the second half.
Yeah, with the 7-on-7 format, a lot more potential for those long breakaway runs, and the Spartans needed one, and they got it instantly, cutting the deficit to 14. Now within 2 scores, theoretically.
Yeah.
Well, you would need 2 conversions, and both their tries in the game so far have come not quite in the middle of the field. Ring 1 for 2 on the poor angle conversions. Bowman with the last try in the game for the Irish, looking to get down the right sideline, and he will. From midfield in, basically untouched, Tom Bowman restores the 19-point lead.
Yeah, and it's difficult, especially when, you know, you have a lot of speed on the outside and making those breaks. Unfortunately there, just the tackling form wasn't quite up to par to really take him to the ground. There was a lot of reaching, so again, staying disciplined and taking the right angle to try and trap him on the outside, or sorry, excuse me, yeah, on the outside. That would be very good for the Spartans, but unfortunately then Notre Dame just blew past for the score. So again, a lot of good things from the Spartans, but it's not quite translating into points, and Notre Dame again pushing further ahead in this game.
Yeah, Notre Dame's offense firing on all cylinders right now. 33 points in just about 11 to 12 minutes of play. See what the Spartans can do with the ball deep in their own territory. Rosa, he's been a good player for them today, but he's brought down by a combination of Irish players, and Artis comes away with the ball. Packard gets it away, bounces into the hands of Cam Teza, who juggles but corrals, finds a gap up the middle, and brings it in for a try.
And again, a lot of shifty work, excuse me, in the middle. A lot of shiftiness there for the Irish, especially by Teza, dancing around the defenders. Well done to him. It looked like the Spartans kind of hesitated a bit in the middle there. Not sure exactly why, but that was just enough time for Teza to, you know, put the moves on and extend the Irish lead. It's now, I believe, 40-12.
Yep, the conversion was good. Bringing it to a 40-12 score. And, you know, as I was watching that play unfold, it almost looked like the referee in his green shirt was right in the middle of it, and maybe in the heat of the moment, Michigan State defenders a little confused by the similar colors. Certainly looked like Teza's route to the try zone was far too easy.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a hesitating moment there for the Spartans. Not entirely sure what that was about, but looks like the Irish will be called here for offsides.
Yep, and the lucky break for Michigan State certainly will take it. Hard offload, bounces in and out of the hands of its intended target, Charlie Fitrakis. He just gets it away before getting pummeled. Michigan State going the wrong direction right now. Fitrakis will pick it up, and he is instantly met and spun to the ground. Irish defense, very high-intensity group, willing to send multiple guys to attack the ball and leave the flanks open. And for the most part, it's worked today. There's a good idea. Michigan State trying to use the kick to advance it, but Notre Dame defends it perfectly. And as time has expired in the half and in the game, next dead ball will end it. Irish looking to add on for the points differential, and they will. It's a hat trick for Tom Bowman, who downs it for the try, and Notre Dame runs away with it with a strong second half.
Yeah, and again, just cherry on top for the Irish. They need this momentum going through in the day. They don't play again until, I believe,
4:20.
4:20, yeah, so they have a lot of time between now and their next game. They're going to have to stay warm and, again, capitalize on that momentum, but well done to them in this match. The final score, 47-12 for the Irish. And Michigan State, again, they'll have to regroup, make the adjustments. We've seen a lot of good things. They're going to play a very strong Indiana team just in a bit at 250. So, again, well done to the Irish, and we move on to the next game. It's going to be Michigan and Penn State. Michigan in the blue, Penn State in the white jerseys.
Yeah, last year it was, as you've mentioned, Penn State with the championship winning walk-off try. They were wearing, for the most part, navy blue jerseys last year, so they have switched to the whites for this game. Michigan in more of the royal blue colors. For Penn State, it was Ian Rowdybush who scored that walk-off try last year. He's now a senior, still on the roster. He's wearing number 1, so keep an eye out for him. Always dangerous for the Nittany Lions. Kickoff, and we're underway. Nittany Lions instantly gather their own kickoff.
Really quick getting to the ball off that kick. They go to the wing.
And a lot of space. They get down to the 22. That will reset and go back the other way. Skip pass ends up in the hands of Caleb Smith. Smith bounces off a couple hits, still on his feet. Finally brought down. In on the tackle.
And look how spread out the Nittany Lions are. I'm not sure how much the screen is picking that up, but their backs are super far back, all the way within the 10, so.
Yeah, certainly taking advantage of the width of the field. And they will get in for the game's first try. A strong run right up the middle, and Penn State strikes first, thanks to Lockie Treister.
And right there again, they spread very well. Michigan not quite having the response for that strong run. And so again, just moving as a unit, again, trying to take the right angles and trap the breaks as much as possible. But early on, Penn State with a very strong showing.
Yeah, quick indication of why they were so successful last year at this tournament.
Yeah, they play sevens very well again. They are another very physical and fast team as well. And they play very smart, you know. They play their own game and stay composed within it, so there's no surprise why they've been so dominant historically.
High kick. They were successful with the high kick on the first of the game, but that one ends up into touch.
Beautiful kick, not taken. We'll go into touch and be a line out. Finish it in.
Line out upcoming as we finally get a look at the Wolverines offense. First time today they'll have possession of the ball. Coached by Christian Menser, assisted by Zach Simpkins. The Wolverines in the blue with yellow numbers today. Third game of the day, first in Pool B. Pool B again with the Iowa Hawkeyes. These two teams, Ohio State and Wisconsin. There was a huge hit right in the center, but a penalty called.
Yeah, it looks like it'll be not releasing against Penn State. So Michigan here with an opportunity, but is
given away, intercepted. The blind pass does not connect. And look at that run, 2 broken tackles and another score for the Nittany Lions. Aiden King with the try.
Yeah, and again, a massive turnover by the Nittany Lions to put themselves up 12-0. And off that strong run and breaking of a tackle, they were able to just casually trot into the try zone, setting up what should be a very simple kick.
And it's good right down the middle. So Penn State with a 14-0 lead.
Yeah, so again, Penn State all gas. And again, if you look at the way they kick off the ball, they've been very strategic about the placement of the kick and where they want it to go, and then getting runners quickly onto the ball to at least disrupt Michigan from receiving it. It's very strategic right from the get-go. So again, they were able to pick up their first one, and then the second one they were able to block Michigan from grabbing possession as they try and do it again as they bat it the other way.
Yeah, that was a good play by Michigan's Matt Daines, who just deflected it backwards away from danger.
And if they can't get the ball, they'll definitely push you deep into your own territory. Unfortunately, Penn State getting called for a penalty there, but still back pretty deep.
Ooh, a jumping grab, but then a tackle, and another fancy knockback. Michigan taking advantage of all the fancy skills they know.
Yeah, a little unconventional, but if it works, it works.
Wolverines in the middle of the field, under 2 minutes to play in the first half. 14-0 for the Nittany Lions. Just barely keeping it in touch on an alert play was Joe Ounsley. Now we get the line judge with his flag up. Line out coming for the Nittany Lions, and clock continues to tick. After this game, final game before we go on a quick break, the Ohio State Buckeyes and Iowa Hawkeyes will battle it out in the 4th consecutive game here at Stinson Rugby Field. That won the 2nd straight in Pool B. For a break, it's Wisconsin and Purdue in divisions in Pools B and A getting the byes in this first segment. 4 segments today, 1 early tomorrow before the playoffs begin, as each team plays each other team in their pool once in a round-robin format. And then the playoffs begin tomorrow at noon after some early morning action to decide the final standings before that.
Michigan off the scrum, trying to generate some attack as they run a nice switch play.
Yeah, they're trying everything on the offense right now, just such a difficult Penn State defense to navigate. A Michigan player has his ankle grabbed. Finally, he's able to break free. Bouncing ball is gathered in. Offload, it takes a weird bounce, but it ends up in Wolverine possession, playing with advantage.
Yeah, a lot of loose balls when they're trying to place it back after getting pulled down into contact.
All the way on the left side, Ounsley trying to do it himself. He'll kick it ahead, race for it, and he's going to win it if it stays in bounds, and it does. Michigan on the board with their first try at the conclusion of the first half. It's Ounsley with the kick and run.
And I love the creativity by the Wolverines opening up the kicking game to, or excuse me, kicking to open up the game, if you will, to really get something going. And again, using that speed on the wing, they have a lot of that speed, that talent, and so again, showcasing that and right, like a great kicking play, a little grubber to the try zone, and all you have to do is put a chase on it, and he managed to place it well, so should be a decent kick here.
And Ownsley continues to impress as he knocks it through to reduce the deficit to a one-score game. 14-7, Penn State leads. We'll be right back with the second half between these two Big Ten foes.
I texted him. I don't have to look in that house. I texted him and I said, we're not looking at minor things like an outlet being out or a drip or something. So this is a major issue. I said we're going to have to hire a licensed plumber and you will pay for it. Yeah, I had to pay.
And we're just about set for the second half. First game of Pool B action. Nittany Lions jumped out to a 14-0 lead, but it was a late half answer by the Wolverines, bringing the deficit to within 7. So should be set for a good second half. Teams switch sides, and Wolverines will kick it away.
I paid 5 times as much so that everything was finished.
You saw Penn State take advantage of the kicking game early on, kicking it high and trying to rush down the field and get to it. Michigan goes for the more conventional line drive approach. Takes a Penn State bounce out of bounds, however. So first kick of the game for the Wolverines does not go as planned. And so we get a Nittany Lions line out just 30 seconds in to the second half. That one up for grabs for a bit, but Penn State does jump on it. We get a whistle blown. Penalty called on the Wolverines, so Penn State's offense goes back to work. Out to the left side. Offload is dropped by Rowdy Bush. That one coming from the hands of Ashton Saplicki. And now some space in the middle. Good offload. The pass from Aiden King into the hands of Dalton Musselman, another one of the best players on this Penn State team, and he's on the board with his first try of the day.
And he probably could have just taken it in himself, but he was looking for the pass, and good find to Musselman to take it all the way into the try zone. So starting off very strong again for the Nittany Lions as they extend their lead in this early second half.
They've scored at the beginning of both halves in this game. Strong offense. One of the best offensive teams in the country. Kick is up and through, so add on another 2, make it 21-7.
Conversion successful.
Good conversion right down the middle by Musselman, the scorer of that try. They finally get a new ball in play. 4:40 to go in the second half after this game. Ohio State and Iowa matching up. Already, if you're just joining, Indiana defeated Illinois 29-0 on our first game of the day here in the Big Ten Sevens Championship. Right after, it was Notre Dame with a 47-point outburst, beating Michigan State 47-12. And that's all that's happened. Game started at 1 p.m. today. Carry all the way into the last kickoff at 6:30. This is our third game of the day. Penn State with a 21-7 lead over Michigan. And a throw out wide is going to result in a knock-on.
Yeah,
as the two number 7s collide.
just unfortunate for Michigan. They had absolutely the right idea. They had the space. But it looks like they will get the ball back to keep it going. So another strong run for the Wolverines.
They will, and a strong tackle as a try-saving tackle by Penn State just at the 5-meter line. Wolverines coming that close to making it a game all of a sudden. Still knocking on the door. Well inside the 5 at this point, just a couple meters from the try line. Give or take 2 or 3. Penn State continues to be disciplined on the tackles. Diving ahead for the try, and the Wolverines strike again. They just kept persisting and eventually got it across for the score.
Absolutely, take it phase by phase. You saw them break through and get a strong run in. Again, look for the pass, trying to get up, gain as much ground as possible, and then you play the short game phase by phase, going into contact as needed, resetting, passing it out, finding the opportunity, and when it presents itself, going right in for the try. Well done to the Wolverines. And they've narrowed the gap a bit with the kick on the way. But the
kick
conversion
is up and no good, so that's kind of a big deal. Michigan could have brought it back to within 1 score, but it misses wide left to keep it a 9-point deficit for the Wolverines. They'll need to add points to the board 2 more times now, including a try. Generally speaking, most scores in 7-on-7 rugby are tries, but there's always the opportunity to kick for 3 points. And down 9, you'd think maybe that would come into play, perhaps, trying to move the deficit to a 1-try game, or maybe you get the try first if you're the Wolverines and then think about a game-winning kick, assuming the conversion. But a lot to go till then, and obviously Penn State still in the driver's seat, up 9, as the clock continues to tick down inside 2 minutes. Wolverines not acting too hastily to get this kickoff despite needing a lot of points and not a lot of time. Finally, they do get it off. And you have to imagine Penn State will be very patient with the ball, trying to avoid penalties and avoid mistakes. But if the middle of the field clears like that, you might as well take advantage. And an offload ends up in the hands of the Nittany Lions, Adam Bilbo, who brings it across for the score and puts this one to bed.
And you can really see how Penn State is a pass-first team. You know, as soon as someone gets a break, they're looking for their support. They're looking around for their man instead of just turning on the jets all the way. So well done to them for moving the ball well, unselfish play, and unfortunately for Michigan, just a missed tackle right outside the 5 to try and save that one. But again, Penn State showing, you know, their dominance very early into this tournament.
Yep, to a 26-12 lead with 40 seconds to go is not too much breakaway speed we're seeing from these Penn State players, but as you mentioned, that unselfishness, that awareness to find offload options while being brought to the ground from behind has been on display from this Nittany Lions team, and plays a role in why they're able to put up such high-flying offensive numbers game in and game out, despite just 14 minutes of play, 26 points on the board.
Yeah, and, you know, credit to Michigan for getting a lot of fancy work on their own, because they wanted that call on that blocked kick. They won't get it, and so Penn State going again with the attack.
Yeah, it looked like for Michigan that may have been they were searching for that block kick, as you mentioned, but didn't quite get called as time has officially expired. Next dead ball will end it. Michigan, looking to maybe add one more score before the game ends, but they turn it over. Long offload. Space down the right side, ball's tipped, and it goes into touch as Musselman tried to save it, but had his foot on the line.
Yeah, good effort there, but unfortunately just into touch. Interestingly, this has been the closest margin of the tournament in terms of score differential. So both teams putting up a pretty good fight in this.
Yeah, but it's the Nittany Lions who are in search of a title defense coming away with the 28-12 win. Next up is the last game of this first segment. Ohio State and Iowa play in a Pool B matchup. We'll be right back as those teams take the field in just a sec.
Boys! Come on! Good boys!
Iowa and Ohio State take the field. It'll be the Buckeyes in their gray uniforms with white pants, shorts, kicking it away to the Hawkeyes in all black with the yellow numerical outlines. On this beautiful Saturday in South Bend, Indiana, last time 7-on-7 rugby occurred at this field. It was a grim, rainy, cold day with winds making it feel even cooler, but today, a very nice day out. High's supposed to be in the mid to high 60s for the day, and we're approaching the time where that may become the temperature itself. As in South Bend, the high is usually late in the day, unlike maybe other parts of the country where the high is at the middle of the afternoon. But in South Bend, the later in the day it goes, the warmer it gets until the sun goes down. So fun fact for non-locals. Quick line out upcoming for the Hawkeyes. They go high with it and convert it perfectly. Very aggressive Buckeyes defense right away. Flying through the gaps, trying to make quick tackles and succeeding early on. But that may lead to some break opportunities. A lot of breakaway runs compared to 15-on-15 rugby in this 7-on-7 format. Ohio State showing they're willing to allow those in compensation for perhaps forcing turnovers, which they do there briefly, but they are then called for the offside, and so the Hawkeyes go right back to work on offense.
And Iowa taking this phase by phase, trying to find the gaps, using those offloads very effectively so far.
Yeah, using them to keep the ball in motion. That one went back a little bit too far. It's El Boutari offloads all the way to the left side, and an early try for the Hawkeyes as it's brought in by Austin Stanley. The freshman gets on the board quick, and Iowa takes the 5-0 lead.
Iowa showing off their speed very early into this matchup. They did an excellent job trying to bring the ball from the right side of the field to the left, out to their wing to find the gap and go in for the try. Ohio State didn't have much of a response to that adjustment. So again, as that kick sails a little right, and it'll be no good for the conversion.
Yeah, tough angle. So,
but yeah, Ohio State needing to play as a unit again, pulling as the ball starts to sail left, pulling a little bit and, you know, adjusting their spacing in a way that they can really trap these strong runners, because Iowa has already early on shown that they can really take it to you. So just something to look for.
high kick is almost perfect. The wind knocks it down as Renheimer was looking to run free with it, but it just went about 9.5 meters. Slight winds from left to right maybe knocked that one down. It's been windy past couple days in South Bend, certainly today no exception. And a strong offload, what a play! The Buckeyes get the quick response and tie the game.
Absolutely, and that was a much needed try right there. An excellent response, as you said. And again, they're using the spacing well. As soon as they find the gap, they're going. And again, using the offloads, trying to find the gaps. And Iowa didn't have much of a defensive response to their attacks. So both teams very strong on the attack pretty early, and it's showing in that score, 5-5, as we get to about the 3-minute mark in this first half.
Yeah, just a great offload as that Ohio State player was nearly headed into touch, but managed to find his teammate in stride. He picked it up off his shoestrings and brought it in. So with this successful conversion, Ohio State takes the lead, 7-5, as we're within 2:40 of halftime. Kick is up, and it's very high, and it lands in the middle of no man's land. They battle for it, and it deflects backwards into Iowa hands. Heimer brought down, and we get a whistle. Iowa turns it over, intercepted, and just like that, the Buckeyes have the lead. Connor Fairfield read it and brought it in for the try.
Right there, the Buckeyes, excellent awareness, looking up, trying to find where the pass was going and getting up on that launch early enough to take the ball. And they had great field position as well, so combination of those things led to that try very quickly here.
And right down the middle for Fairfield on the steal and score. So a very simple conversion attempt. Or theoretically a simple one. Couldn't tell if that one managed to get in or not. It looked like it may have been wide left. So score remains a one-possession game, 12-5, as kick from dead center just muffed a little bit. High kick again, Ohio State really causing problems for this Hawkeyes team with the high kicks, but that one they do end up corralling.
So Iowa again with another opportunity. Ohio State is pushing up very close to their offensive line.
Yeah. Ohio State, a very high-intensity defense, looking to force those turnovers, force those quick plays, willing to give up the big run potentially, but here they force a turnover.
And right there, if they can translate this now, they can put themselves up big time by 2 possessions.
Yeah, just 30 seconds remaining in the half. So big moment in this game for both teams. Ohio State could give themselves breathing room. Iowa could cut the deficit, perhaps even tie it in the waning stages of the first half. And going, what an offload. Couldn't even see it for a sec from my angle, but it is into the hands of a Buckeye free runner, and he's in for the late half try. And just as you mentioned, Claire, Ohio State really adds on to that lead with a big insurance try.
And breathing room, as you said, you know, in these sevens games, the lead could change at any point. Again, when one team gets momentum, it's full swinging from there. So again, it's a good punch right into the second half, and they'll go into halftime again a little bit comfortable, but Iowa really needs to start getting things going on the offense. Again, they're full of strong runners. They have absolutely the capability of getting in some quick runs. We saw that early as they led the scoring in the first half, as this kick is not successful.
So that will take us to halftime. 12-point lead for the Buckeyes with just 7 minutes remaining when we come back from this quick break. Stay with us.
Yes, would you? Either one. Awesome. Thank you so much.
After this is 10.
Seven minutes to play in this one. Ohio State with a 17-5 lead against the Iowa Hawkeyes. 17 straight points for the Buckeyes to take this 12-point lead. They will get the ball as well to start half number 2. Contested kick is corralled. They battle for it as grabbing the shirt of the ball carrier there for just a sec was Drew Snyder in black. Buckeyes with space along the right side. Iowa stumbles, but a great recovery and a tackle. Good run from Ohio State, but an even better tackle on the far side.
Yeah, that was a nice save right there, and in the nick of time, because had he not made that tackle, Ohio State would have looked at extending the lead.
High skip pass, and good one at that, is trying to read the play and go for the interception was Renheimer. Almost breaking through is Joe Rizirene, but he's brought down on a from behind tackle. Now it's Chris Mason deciding what to do, and he decides to try it himself. Throws it up in the air illegally. And so a turnover, good effort, but can't do that.
Yeah, this one will be called back.
Finally, the Hawkeyes get to the ball in no rush despite being down 12. One of the things about rugby is always ticking clock means if you're losing, it's on you to push the pace and try to get the game moving, but Iowa appearing to be in no rush to get to this scrum. They will eventually do so and corral it off of the scrum. Little space up the middle. Tackle made. Ball is free for just a second. Iowa gathers, bounces into the hands of the intended target. That being number 15, Alex Elfvin. One of many Iowa products on this Iowa team. A lot of different cities, but generally speaking, seeing a lot of IA on the roster sheet, a lot of local products for this Hawkeyes team. And had a decent season, looking to cap it off with a successful go-around here at the Sevens Big Ten National Championship Saturday and Sunday. And some space, a little 2-on-1. Room along the right side. And an offload from Landon Samail into the hands of his target. And that's a score for the Hawkeyes as they cut the deficit with a try early in half number 2.
And that was an excellent play by the Hawkeyes, again responding and narrowing the gap to one possession, which is very critical here. So if they can really work on defense and get the ball back, they just need some stops and they're back into position.
Yeah, just another example of why that end of the first half try was so big from Ohio State, as otherwise they would no longer be winning in this one. But as it stands, they lead 17-12 and get set to receive the ball off the kickoff. Still a lot of runway left in this game. Anything can happen in 3 minutes. Kick is up, and it's not going to go the distance, as just not quite far enough. So Ohio State with the tap and go from midfield right on that Notre Dame logo. Strong tackle, but the offload had already been made. And what a run. Couple cutbacks to the right, and only green grass for Fairfield, who's got his second of the game.
And how the tides turn again. This could really be just anyone's game right after Iowa gives their response and starting to put pressure on the Buckeyes. They're able to return. And so, again, putting back their lead.
Yeah, lead up to 10 now. And looking to make it 12. Kick is up and through from Hugh O'Kennedy. He's from Ireland. He knocks that one through for the 2 points, and Ohio State now doubling up on Iowa, although it certainly doesn't feel like it. Been close one throughout, but Ohio State just finding the long runs, finding the lengthy tries and creative offloads and doing the right stuff on offense to build this lead. And with time ticking away, certainly seems like it may be insurmountable at this point, barring a quick score from the Hawkeyes on this offensive possession. They'll try the left side of the field right away. Their last-ditch offload. Now they move towards the middle. Kicked ahead. What a creative play. But it's in and out of the hands of Jack Cullen. And the whistle blows for the knock-on.
It is hustle. But like when you relieve yourself of the pressure, you remind yourself that you're great. Did I tell you about study? There's 2 groups.
And it looks like a scrum will be given to the Buckeyes here. So opportune moment to try put themselves up again. Run a set play. Their backs are in deep position.
Just 10 seconds to go in this one. Ohio State will clinch the win. They move to 1-0. The other teams with a win, Penn State, Notre Dame, and Indiana. Illinois, Michigan State, Michigan, and Iowa on the short ends of our first 4 games of action. After this one, we're going to take a 10-minute break or 15-minute break or so and come back at around 2:30 for our next one between Purdue and Illinois. It will be Purdue's first game of the day. Iowa will get a final try as they give their fans a little hope, themselves a little feel-good moment at the conclusion of this one. Daniel Ports runs it in for the 5 points to wrap this one up. Doesn't matter on the scoreboard, but if points differential were to come into play, that could be important down the line.
Yeah, absolutely. As this one comes to an end, the Buckeyes putting on a strong showing early on, but Iowa giving them quite the competition here. So overall, pretty positive for both teams, I would say. And even though Iowa didn't come out with the W, again, they have a lot to build off of as they advance through in this tournament. They are facing a pretty hot Penn State team next, and that'll be about 3:30. But again, a lot of positives there, and they can show that they can compete with anyone in this tournament.
We're going to step aside for a quick break. Coming up after the break, second section of pool play between these 10 Big Ten foes. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Just about set for the second segment of pool play between the 10 Big Ten teams participating in the Big Ten Sevens Rugby Championship tournament today at Stinson Field in South Bend, Indiana. Charlie Morris alongside Claire DeMeo as we get set for Purdue against Illinois. Purdue with their first game of the day as they had a bye in the first segment. Illinois coming off of a shutout loss to the Indiana Hoosiers, 29-0. First kick from Purdue does not go far enough, and so Illinois catches a break and will start on the offense right away in decent field position.
Yeah, absolutely. And Illinois with their second game of the tournament already. Purdue coming off of a fresh start, so this will be an interesting matchup for sure. Hopefully Illinois has kind of learned from some of the first game and they come out with fresh legs, and it's a new start for them.
Yeah, certainly expect the fresh legs from Purdue for Illinois. Having warmed up already, maybe that's what they look at as their advantage. They're brought down along the near sideline. Working it now right to left. Tackle made. And a turnover forced. Purdue on the ball, just like that. Sean O'Donnell down the right sideline, and he's in for the try. Downs it officially to make it 5-0 Boilermakers.
Right off the bat, the Boilermakers showing their speed. Going down the sideline, again, finding the gap, trusting that they have the legs to take it in all the way, and that they do. So they go up 5-0 early in this first matchup.
Conversion kick is up and fades wide right, so it remains 5-0. Purdue off to a quick start in their first game of the day. Teams with wins so far: Indiana, Notre Dame, Ohio State, and Penn State. Losses for Illinois, Michigan State, Iowa, and Michigan. Wisconsin, the other team that was on bye during the first segment, besides Purdue. Over on the JV side, a couple games have taken place on Ricky fields, which are not filmed. We do not have the ability to film those, but it is worth giving an update. Purdue's JV team with a 2-point victory over Michigan's JV team, 17-15. Indiana with a 29-5 victory over Illinois. And just going on right now is Ohio State against Notre Dame over on Ricky Field. So we'll keep you updated on the JV side of the bracket as well as the varsity, which you are watching on stream. All games from the varsity pools, Pool A and Pool B, will be shown on the live stream, so you will not miss out no matter who you cheer for. And if you cheer for Illinois, you better be happy about that run, just brought down before it could result in a try, as a strong try-saving tackle by the Boilermakers, but good field position all of a sudden for the Illini.
Yeah, absolutely. Right there, just dancing around the defender, finding the gap, and it's off to the races. Good on the Boilermakers for trapping that in, but it looks like Illinois will respond and get a try of their own.
Yeah, Illinois with that quick response, taking advantage of the breakaway run and turning that into a well-deserved try for them. So they're on the board for the first time today, and they tie up the game at 5-5 with just 3:20 to go in the first half.
Yeah, and they have their conversion kick on the way. This one from a bit of an angle.
Couldn't tell if that was good or not. It looked like it may have definitely had the leg, but no official with the flag up. Or at least the back official without the hand up. One of the other officials did indicate that it was good, so a strong conversion by the Illini, and they take the lead 7-5. Set to kick it away. High kick. In and out of the hands, through the hands of Purdue's Billy Ryder. I don't know if the referee saw that it went off of Ryder's hands or not. They did, as it's a line out coming for Illinois, so a huge break for the Illini. There's a nice fake pass and an over-the-shoulder offload. Illinois, what a passing play. Tic-tac-toe for the try. And they have 12 straight points out of nowhere.
And absolutely, you can see already the way they're moving. It looks different. It looks re-energized. Their awareness has really come along again. They're looking for the pass, especially when they know that the ball carrier is getting pressured. The support is there, and they have that trust as well to offload the ball, and in for the try they go. Excellent job by the Illini.
And they add on 2 points via the conversion. One of the best passing plays we've seen all day. Certainly up there, if not the single best, as 3 players in orange involved, resulting in the try. So after a quick start For the Boilermakers, highlighted by the try run from Sean O'Donnell, it was Illinois with 14 straight points. We've seen that a couple times today, Claire, where a team jumps out to an early lead, but the response in multiple scores puts it out of reach early in the first half.
Absolutely, and again, you're constantly trying to figure out how to adjust and how to read the defense. You know, once you let up that first one, you kind of recuperate and find out where the gaps are, where do we need to look, who to target, especially on the tackles. And so an excellent response there by the Illini, and they put themselves up in this matchup.
So now it's a question of whether Purdue can get one back in the final half minute of the first half. Another example, just like our last game between Ohio State and Iowa, where late half possession could be the difference. It was in that game, as Ohio State scored a try with time expired in half number 1 and ended up winning by 5 in our closest game of the day. This one has the makings of a close one as well. Only 9 points separating these teams right now, and Purdue with the ball. Very patient on the attack right now. Couple fakes by John Kustra before he gives it off, and suddenly it's a free open space. O'Donnell again. Another try, his second of the game.
Yeah, that was a great one by the Boilermakers. Again, using that speed up the side like we saw early in this match. The Illini didn't have much of a response for that. I mean, you saw their fullback kind of take a good angle, but just not quite there, and the Boilers edged them out for the score. It is currently 10-14 with the kick on the way.
No good. So it remains a 4-point spread. We get set for halftime. 14-10, Illinois leads, but Purdue answers late in the first half, and we're set for a good second half. Don't go anywhere.
14-10 for Illinois.
Half number 2 set to get underway. 4-point lead for the Illini, who will kick it away to Purdue. 7 minutes to go in this one. After this one, Michigan State and Indiana battle it out in Pool A. In Pool B, it's Wisconsin and Michigan. Penn State and Iowa, OSU and Notre Dame getting the byes in each pool. Each team with one bye throughout today and tomorrow.
Move it up, move it up, move it up.
Illinois trying the left side, looking to give themselves some insurance.
Bring it.
It's a strong tackle, is not fooled by that fake, and bringing the ball carrier down was Austin Bridenthal. And Purdue forces a turnover and a shake off of a hit. What a play made by Mafutuna, who offloads it.
Yeah, a little late with the offload. Support wasn't quite there, but right idea by the Boilermakers as they made another big advance down the field.
They have numbers out wide left. Goes all the way out to O'Donnell looking for the hat trick, and he's going to get it. And he's going to bring it into the center before downing it. He is quick, and he's got 3 to give Purdue the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. A hat trick for O'Donnell. That is excellent right there for him. As soon as you can get the ball out into space, he's gone. There's no one touching him. So well done there. And the Boilermakers will look to take the kick to extend the scoring.
Yeah, looking to go ahead by 3 is ends up no good. Shanked there off the right foot of Max Schrage. So it's still only a 1-point spread between these two Big Ten foes. When you have someone like O'Donnell out wide, if you're Illinois, you'd think you'd have to pay extra attention to him, but as the case there, numbers for Purdue on the odd man situation, able to turn that into a seemingly effortless 5 points.
Yeah, and usually you'll have someone on the sweeper playing as a fullback, coming in if, again, the wing needs help. They should be shifting across the field, dropping back, trying to get themselves into position to save what could be a go-ahead try off a break. So, again, just a little bit more communication in the back for the Illini will help mitigate those big breaks.
Illinois now needing a score to re-grab the lead, but they've been playing on advantage and will now take advantage of that. Illinois now moving right to left. Quick offload, and O'Donnell with a high tackle attempt. Couldn't bring him down till about midfield, so a good strong run by Illinois. And another one as he's moving through the defense. Whistle blows, stopping play.
It'll be another knock on. And so Purdue will have the opportunity off a scrum to kind of regather and run one of their set plays.
Yeah, see if they can expand this lead. Try and conversion would increase it to a 2 possession spread. Obviously, if you're a Boilermaker, that's what you're hoping for at this point. Illinois hoping to get a stop and then turn it into quick offense. Knock on called, and there's a mistake by the Boilermakers and a forced by the high pressure Illini defense, and they will take that and take over possession.
And so another good defensive stand by the Illini. Again, this game is so tight. There's only a 1-point difference between the two teams with 3 minutes remaining. A lot of time left, and really anything can happen. So again, just cleaning up the little mistakes here and there, trying not to commit these infractions to set yourself back. I think that'll be the difference here in this matchup.
High tackle penalty called against Purdue, so they're backed up to about their own 5-meter line. Illinois, a prime opportunity right now. Skip pass goes all the way through. O'Donnell with a strong tackle, bringing down a player of bigger size. Just barely stayed in touch, ball in bounds, still stays in bounds, but play stopped. Line out coming as it looked like maybe player did go out of bounds for Illinois. So a line out coming for Purdue.
And a good effort there by the Boilermakers, forcing the Illini out into touch, saving themselves a bit.
Gather it on the line out, well executed, as Illinois looking to take advantage of a Purdue mistake, instead commit a huge one of their own near the touch line. Another whistle. Choppy end to this half, just a minute 30 to go.
Sir, he's driving over the rock. Other way.
Some unhappy fans below, unpleased with the call, and one went against Illinois.
Come on, Illinois.
Illini still trail by just 1. Purdue looking to milk the rest of this game away. holding on to a 1-point lead thanks to a trio of tries from Sean O'Donnell, showing off his electric speed on the outside. Another penalty against Illinois. They can't believe it.
Not rolling away is the call, so they will be back 10 meters. Again, Purdue with some space here. And they knock it on, so Illinois will get the ball back.
Just an unforced error by the Boilermakers there, and finally, Illinois gets possession again. 27, 26, 25 seconds to go in the game. So it all comes down to basically this possession for Illinois, starting with a scrum. Can they find a way? Kick for points certainly in play for Illinois. Whistle blows after a rough scrum and a penalty called.
No time, no time!
And the clock kicks down, so it could very well come down to the defense here.
Referee stops play again.
Referee doesn't like how that penalty is taken. He'll retake it.
And another stoppage,
Ball must release from your hands before
as the Illinois player could not execute the tap and go
and that'll be the game.
effectively. And with the change of possession, they're going to do a scrum. Thought maybe the game might be over, but it is still going. Purdue with the ball, though, just needs one more dead ball to clinch this one. Illinois going to have to make something happen on this Purdue scrum. And we get another whistle. Just can't play nowadays.
If Purdue can manage this scrum, all they have to do is kick it out and the game will be over.
Ball is free. And a knock-on whistled. And that's going to do it. So after all those whistles, it's Purdue coming away with the 1-point victory in our closest game of the day. They win 15-14 in a nail-biter throughout.
And again, this has been the closest matchup in this tournament so far. Purdue 15-14, edging out Illinois, but both teams very evenly matched up. Just a few mistakes here and there kind of set back the Illini. So once again, great effort by both teams, and well done to Purdue for finishing out strong.
Purdue moves to 1-0. Illinois drops to 0-2. Coming up after a quick break, Indiana, Michigan State. Indiana looking for their second win. Michigan State looking to get into the win column. Stay with us in just a moment. Kickoff underway. Michigan State Spartans kicking it off to the Indiana Hoosiers in our 6th game of the day. Indiana with a 29-0 victory over Illinois in our first game of today. 2 days of pool play in the Big Ten Sevens Championship. Penn State Nittany Lions, the champions last year, off to a 1-0 start. And the loser of that game was Indiana, who's off to a strong start in this one. Not only a 29 victory, but also progressing the ball quickly against this Michigan State defense, which gave up a day-high point total to the Fighting Irish, ceding 47 points just about an hour ago.
You're not on the ball.
Hour and a half.
Good job, good play, good play.
And Indiana is going to strike first. That was quick. Less than a minute in, they're already up 5-0 on the try. So Indiana, who came away with a 29-point victory in their first game, off to a quick start in this one with an early try against Michigan State, which, again, a little bit of a porous defense in their first game against Notre Dame, but looking to respond in this one. Tough team to do it against. Indiana, always one of the strongest rugby teams in the Big Ten. Conversion is no good.
Conversion unsuccessful.
So it remains 5-0. Indiana will kick it away to the Spartans. Michigan State with 12 points in their first game, looking to be the first to score against Indiana today. 4:50 remaining in the first half. If you're just joining us, 10 teams, 1 champion decided tomorrow. That game will take place at 3:10 p.m. on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. Before that, we have lots of pool play games to go still. Throughout the rest of the day today, all pool play action between the 10 Big Ten teams. Each team will play everyone else in their pool once, along with getting 1 bye week each. That'll take us through 6:30 today, and the final segment of pool play games will take place starting at 10 a.m. tomorrow. After that, there'll be an hour break, and then starting right away at noon, it will be playoffs with a play-in game, and then semifinals and finals, along with a 3rd place and a 5th place game. Ball is downed by the Spartans in their own try zone.
It'll be a 22 kick.
5-0, for the Hoosiers. Still yet to concede any points in today's action. This is their 3rd half, 2nd game. Still lots of time left, but certainly they've had a strong defensive showing today, along with their usual potent offense. They will move it across midfield here. Most of this first half being played in the Michigan State side of the field. Along the right side, stumbling Spartan gives way for an Indiana try as they double their lead and go up 10-0 just like that.
In Indiana, again, showing their strength, running up the side, again, finding the gap. They are speedy, and they will find those spaces as soon as the defender is out of position and they're aware of it. They're going to exploit that. So, again, just resetting for Michigan State, moving up as a unit, trying to avoid the gaps in their defensive line.
Oh, and the kick banks in off the crossbar. What a conversion from no angle. An impressive kick to extend the lead to 12. I did not think that was possible, but what a brilliant kick from almost no angle. It was Lucas Ring, who we've seen, it was not. It was Tommy Hannon, who showed off his speed earlier in today's action, now showing off his ability with his right foot. Another good kick, and Michigan State gathers it in dangerously, but it was Miles Bell saving it from the onrushing Hoosiers. Michigan State over on the far side. But it's nearly stolen away. Good tackle. Bell goes towards the right side. Little bit of space for the Spartans now. Weaving in and out, and finally rolling to the ground and getting back up was Robbie Smith. He was good. One of the few bright spots for Michigan State during their big loss in the first game. Michigan State playing with advantage. Looking to get something going. High tackle. And that one is spotted and called.
So another mistake for the Hoosiers as they are set back now. The Spartans have an opportunity here.
Official goal, side tackle.
Yeah, Michigan State at the end of this first half, under a minute to go, looking to get on the board, give themselves some real hope going into halftime.
And remember, if you notice, Indiana is playing a man down, so this is the perfect opportunity for the Spartans to strike.
Bring it back.
But they will commit a knock-on, so despite playing down a man, the Indiana defense holding strong. Looks like the Hoosiers are going to go for a scrum, and they will. Jack Reese will feed it in. 17 to play in the half. Those not participating in the scrum, it's 3-on-2, so 6 on the field for the Hoosiers. Still aggressive with the ball, and space on the right side. A shorthanded try for Indiana as the half expires. Down in the try zone for the score, and Indiana is running away with it. They take a 17-0 lead.
And it really shows to their strength and ability to communicate, ability to look up and find the opportunities. Even if they're down a man, it doesn't even matter. They can still find the gaps, exploit it, and use their speed to carry them all the way to the try zone. So going into the second half, Michigan State really needs to be able to adjust and to, you know, evaluate the field of play a little bit more. And again, just communicating, launching as a unit, trying to take the right angles, especially if Indiana is able to make a break like they've done in these last few scores.
Yeah, Indiana showing off their speed. We're going to take a quick break for halftime. Hoosiers 19, Spartans 0. We'll be right back. Second half about to get underway. 7 minutes separating Indiana from a 2-0 record with a 19-0 lead. Their kickoff bounces into touch right away. Found a hole in Michigan State defense, which the offense has done 3 times already for the Hoosiers with 3 first half tries. Line out upcoming for the Spartans, needing something quick. Still lots of time in this game, but plays like that are not going to help. Give and go. What a fancy give and go that was.
Nice awareness and recovery there by the Hoosiers.
Trying to now go towards the far side. Cutback move. Oh, one last offload. Deflects, bounces around before the Spartans jump on it in their own try zone finally.
Unfortunately, that will be called a knock-on for the Spartans. So Indiana with an opportunity right on the doorstep. Oh, excuse me. It will not be called a knock-on.
Yeah, we've got a different ruling on the field. Spartans with the ball in their possession.
So this will set up a 22 dropout for the Spartans. Indiana looking to apply some pressure to the kick. They also have some men down the field trying to recover that.
And one of those men is number 7 in black, Uarid Chisholm. And what a speed run, and another try upcoming for Indiana. Just speed, speed, and more speed. Tommy Hannon gets that one for the try.
Absolutely, and all he had to do was run it himself. Not any support, but the support was definitely not needed there. So well done to the Hoosiers as they are really applying the pressure to Michigan State.
You're looking to improve upon their last 29-point victory. Goes to show what kind of team, the depth and the star power combining, both present for this Indiana Hoosiers team. 26-0 the lead now. Michigan State just struggling to keep points off the board. Previously gave up 47 to the Irish, and now a 26 spot on the wrong side of the scoreboard for them. So certainly not the start to the tournament they were looking for, but still lots of time left. Perhaps a chance to get some good feelings the right way in the rest of this game if they can get something going offensively. They battle for it for a bit before the referee blows his whistle. Penalty called against the Spartans. Indiana ball. Not Indiana ball. Actually Michigan State ball. So they will take it with a little bit of space. Long pass. Does not connect until it bounces a couple times, but it is eventually gathered in. Saving the day for the Spartans is Robbie Smith. Now it's Jacob Broyles. Brendan Bowles is brought down. Broyles offloads it, and after a couple passes, ends up in the hands. And he's brought down. Nearly intercepted. It is intercepted. Another giveaway by the Spartans, and Indiana puts up a 31 spot with another try.
Yeah, and Indiana is just running away with this one. Again, starts with the defense. They've really been able to capitalize off of mistakes, put the pressure on the offense. Michigan State's attack lines don't seem to have the depth that maybe they should, and Indiana, noticing that, is able to get up early and try to make that into points, which they have done pretty successfully in this match. That conversion, unfortunately for them, unsuccessful, but regardless, it's still a 31-0 game.
Yeah, so now a plus 60 point differential for Indiana right now, and still time to improve upon that. Certainly making a strong case for the #1 seed going into the playoffs. Still a lot of time left though, so work to be done. Kickoff goes into touch.
That'll be a short penalty at the halfway line.
So they'll bring it back to midfield. Michigan State will take over there as Indiana backs up 10 meters. 1:40 to play in half number 2. Broyles trying to do it himself down the middle. Smith trying to do it himself, and he will, breaking a tackle and getting the Spartans on the board with a long try run. So Michigan State is on the board. The first points against Indiana today.
And that was an excellent play there by the Spartans, finding the gap, taking the right angles too, running down those lines to try and break through to get themselves on the board. Excellent job right there by the Spartans again.
Good. So
And they
still
go
really
up
tight.
to 7 points. Just about a minute remaining. So they will have the opportunity to kick the ball off.
Here you go, 12.
Caleb Drenner will kick it away. 30 seconds and change to go in this one. Coming up after this game, Wisconsin and Michigan. It's Wisconsin's first game of the day. Michigan with a close one, but a loss to Penn State, the defending champions. And after that, Penn State and Iowa in our Pool B play. Illinois, Indiana, Notre Dame, Michigan State, and Purdue comprise Pool A, and in Pool B, it's Iowa, Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State, and Wisconsin. Everyone plays everyone else in their pool once, as long as getting one bye week apiece. And after that, they seed and they head into playoffs. Playoffs will take place Sundays. There's a Hoosier down on the near side. The teams continue to play with time expired in the game. The last thing you want to see if you're Indiana is an injury. Wyatt Schrader still not getting up. Looks like maybe a right foot or something as the trainers attend to him. Meanwhile, Indiana looking to score basically their second shorthanded try of the day, and they will. Just to cap this one off, it's Keenan Mikowski, the vice captain, downing it for the try as Schrader limps off as some teammates come to his aid at about midfield, and Indiana adds on another 5 points to their score. Before the teams even exit the field, the new ones come on. Wisconsin eager to get going after sitting out the entire day up until now.
With that last unsuccessful conversion, the score will be
With an unsuccessful
36-7
conversion, the game
Indiana.
officially ends 36-7, so Indiana with 2 wins by 29 points, moving to 2-0. Taking the field, Michigan and Wisconsin. Wisconsin in red. Michigan still wearing their navy blue, royal blue, some blue, as per usual. As finally Michigan State and Indiana evacuate the field. Looks like we're going to get right into this game, so we're going to stay here. Two more games until we get our next break. This one, and then Penn State and Iowa. Iowa looking to get on the board with their first win. Tough task against the Nittany Lions. After rushing to take the field, these two teams now very patient to get going as the referees take their time. 3:10 was the scheduled kickoff for this one. 3:09 according to my clock, so referee definitely able to take his time as he is. But now they're set, they're ready to go, and we're gonna get underway. Michigan kicking it off to the Badgers.
We haven't seen Wisconsin play all tournament as they had a bye in the first period. So they're coming off fresh.
And they're instantly met by a strong tackle from Michigan's Matt Daines. Daines lays another tackle, and now is in on a third one trying to counter ruck.
Referee calls not rolling away, it will be a Wisconsin penalty.
He commits a penalty, so Wisconsin will go the other way. Trying to go all the way out to the left. Michigan steals. And we'll get to see the Wolverines offense for the first time in this game. Danes, couple fakes, surrounded by red. Takes a couple to bring him down. Wolverines go more to the right, and a kick play, finding space ahead and gathering it in. What a brilliant play by Shea Loughnane. Downs it for the try, and Michigan strikes first, 5-0.
Yeah, and well done to Michigan there for opening up the scoring. An excellent play, as you said, Charlie. Really using their speed up the side to try and break open the defense for the Badgers. So the Badgers will have to try and, again, take the right angles to stop those breaks. Again, Michigan showing off their speed as they did in their game against Penn State. It's time for Wisconsin to get the ball back here and get some attack going.
Yeah, Michigan already with 7 points in this one, scored 12 in their first game, so we're already more than halfway to that mark after just about a minute and a half of play. Set to kick it away again. High kick near the middle of the field will bounce. And no penalty called, as it looked like there may have been a high tackle on a non-ball carrier. Certainly did not look within the rules, but nothing called. Wisconsin goes for a quick play, but instead called for the penalty. So a scrum coming up. Wisconsin struggling right now. Very high-octane Michigan team. We saw in the first game featuring a team that had a bye. It was Purdue came out a little slow in their first game of the day before making a comeback to beat Illinois by 1. And right now, Wisconsin a little slow out of the gates, and we'll see if Michigan can continue to take advantage of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rack up their score in the first half before
Still
Wisconsin
early.
gets settled in.
Yeah, still early, and a whole other half to go. So definitely not out of the question for either of the teams.
Oh, certainly a lot of time, but there's a great fake by the Wolverines, and they're in. It's Ounsley, who had a very strong game in the first game. Joe Ounsley, the junior, with the try, and Michigan is up to 12-0, less than halfway through the first half.
Yeah, that was quite the play from Michigan. Again, spun him around a little bit to trot right into the try zone. So they go up 12-0 with the kick on the way.
Ounsley, who scored that try, will line it up, and he has been quite successful on the tries today, but that one, no good. Bends to the left. He's had some tough angles to deal with. That one actually might have been one of his better angles of the day, but ends up sharply turning left, much to his chagrin. Either way, Michigan has matched their score from their first game already. Now they try a short kick, but it's Wisconsin who's ready for it, seemingly. They still battle. As the Badgers, very alert was Jackson Trotter, but he didn't really appear to want to go down. Instead, helped his teammate down to retrieve the ball. Knock on against the Badgers. It looked like they may have something up the left side, but instead it's a turnover.
Oh, yeah, a lot of back and forth here in this game. Michigan will elect to go for the scrum. Their back set up.
They get set for the scrum inside Michigan defensive territory. It's the Wolverines who come away with it. Try a speed play up the middle, and they succeed. And no one is catching that man. Look at him go. Armin Vartanian. What a name and what a score. 5 more for the Wolverines.
And that was an excellent break right there. Unfortunately, the Badgers just not having the response to those line breaks. And so going into the second half, they're going to have to find a way to not only mitigate that up front, and it starts with the launch there as a unit, but also, you know, when these breaks do happen, how do you take the right angle to try and stop it, catch up, and then, you know, restart play? So
A couple arm tackle attempts from Wisconsin did not succeed as Vartanian just used his powerful running strides to get up the middle. After a successful conversion, 19 for Michigan. Nothing yet for Wisconsin. Another team coming off a bye with a slower start.
and that kick will not go 10 meters, so Wisconsin with an opportunity.
Tap and go from center of the field. Trotter. Tough to bring down, but Michigan eventually does. Continue to drive the ball carrier backward over on the far side of the field. 20 seconds to go in the first half. Wisconsin looking to get on the board for the first time. DePalm brought down. Emilio DePalm is a freshman out of California for this Badgers team. Trotter is met by Vartanian. Vartanian eventually brings him down with a little bit of assistance.
A high tackle called against the Wolverines. And Wisconsin with an opportunity.
Great tackle by the try line. Wisconsin knocking on the doorstep with time expired. And a reach across and a try. Wisconsin on the board. Thanks to a lunging try from Andrew Kozier.
And right there, that's what they needed going into this half. Getting points on the board and having a little something to work with offensively. You saw Michigan launch a little bit early, leaving a gap right for the go-ahead try for the Badgers. So again, just a little bit more discipline on the Michigan defensive effort, although they've been doing a great job so far. But again, still anyone's game.
Yeah, Wisconsin gets on the board to end the first half. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, second half action in Pool B play in the Big Ten Sevens Championship hosted at Notre Dame. Wisconsin set to kick it away to Michigan to resume the second half of this exciting game. Suddenly exciting as Wisconsin gets on the board at the end of half number 2 to bring the deficit within 14. Certainly looked like Michigan was dominating out of the gate, and they were, but Wisconsin giving themselves some hope with a late half try. They certainly have the facilities to make a comeback in this game, but it's going to have to start, Claire, with getting stops on the defense.
Yeah, absolutely. And right here you can see Michigan coming along the side as they've done many times in this game. But
Yeah,
then-
Michigan, not an easy team to get stops against, but Penn State did a very good job of it. Of course, Penn State, the gold standard as of right now for 7-on-7 rugby, but Michigan is finding a lot more holes in this Wisconsin defense than they did in their first game. So Wisconsin's going to have to tighten up if they want to forge this comeback, as well as obviously convert 2 more times for tries. Wisconsin had been playing with advantage, and now the ref will blow his whistle.
Yeah, so it looks like a knock-on will be called. So the Badgers with another opportunity here to reset, get some attack going, drive all the way up the field. They're just past midfield, or perhaps behind it, actually, going the other way.
Yeah, within 10 meters of midfield are the Badgers. Hard-working scrum, and a quick battle for it coming out of the scrum. And therefore, Wisconsin in winning that ball effectively was Emilio DePalm. Offside, whistled. Quick tap and go from the Badgers. Drop pass, but no knock-on called. That pass in and out of the hands of Andrew Kozier. All the way out wide. A one-handed catch on the far side by Zach Cam. Tries to kick it ahead and uses speed. Kicks it again, but it's well defended. Great defense by Michigan over on the far side, and now he'll just run it himself before finally being spun to the ground.
And I like the decision to kick, especially because they've had some issues getting past the Michigan defense. And so right idea there to try and break open the game that way for the Badgers, but unfortunately not quite on target with the speed as Michigan takes it themselves up, and some strong running by the
little
Wolverines.
fake move, and Michigan's gonna maybe get in again. He rolls off the tackle and scores, just barely avoiding the upright. Nearly a injury, but instead it's a try, and Michigan with an insurance try.
And well done to Michigan for, you know, taking that ball back and getting it all the way up the field, not relenting, not giving up. Great for them for the other try.
24, now 26 after the conversion is through. Michigan extends that lead to 21. So for Wisconsin, giving themselves some hope coming into the half. But Michigan shuts that down quickly with a couple stops and a try. Great defense to set that up, too. You go back thinking about that kick play by Zach Cam of Wisconsin on the far side, trying to break through using his speed, and just when it looked like he might have the edge, he was shut down by the Wolverine out there playing defense on the flank. Wisconsin receives this kickoff, and immediately the recipient is met and knocked down Joe Cox. Another strong tackle out on the far side. It looked like Wisconsin may have another lane to the outside, and now they may have a lane up the middle. Ducks out of the tackle, excuse me. A couple offloads, and it's kicked ahead. Another kick play attempt, but this one is going to be stopped and brought back. Referee blows his whistle. Penalty against Michigan, Wisconsin with under 2 minutes to play in the half. All the way out wide. Swung near the try line and a strong tackle. Now trying to run free is DePalm, and he will. Emilio DePalm all the way to the try line, and he is brought down, but too late. He's in for 5.
And that was an excellent play right there. Again, using the skill, using the speed, and getting all the way up the field for the score. So Wisconsin will have fairly simple conversion to make, but they narrow the gap.
Left-footed kick banks off the upright. As Carter
Announcers
Bell
jinx.
could not get it to go. Announcers jinx.
Sorry.
Maybe a real thing. It's not the first time today, though, we've seen a straight-on conversion go south for the kicking team. Wisconsin's still stuck with 10 after the miss. They now kick it away. Under a minute to go, about 20 seconds remaining in this one. One more game after the conclusion of the final 12 seconds before we go to another quick break in programming. Time just about to officially expire, and it does. Penalty called against Michigan. Wisconsin now trying to go to the left, and brought down emphatically is the ball carrier in red. Craig brought down. He's a sophomore out of Philadelphia. Whistle is blown.
Knock on. It will be a mission shot. It will be the end of the game.
And that'll do it.
Final
Michigan
score,
picks up
26-10
the win,
Michigan.
26-10 the final. They move to 1-1. Wisconsin drops to 0-1 in their first game of the day. One more game to go before we take a break after segment number 2. Penn State and Iowa set to take the field when we return. Eighth game of the day here at Stinson Rugby Field on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. Charlie Morris joined alongside Claire DeMeo. Thanks for tuning in today for the Big Ten Sevens Championship. Last year, it was these Penn State Nittany Lions, who have the ball in their hand right now and are getting set to kick it away, who came away with the championship. They're currently 1-0 in pool play, beating Michigan 28-12. Iowa fell in their first game by 5 points in what at the time was the closest game of the day, dropping that decision 24-19 to Ohio State, just to be followed up by a 15-14 win for Purdue a little bit after that. These two teams will play again later today. Iowa at 4:45 and Penn State at 5:05. Before that, it's Michigan State and Purdue, Notre Dame and Indiana. A lot of action still to come. Today is only half of the battle. Tomorrow is the final day of pool play, along with a lengthy playoff bracket. So stay tuned both today and tomorrow on the Notre Dame Rugby channel, as it's last year's hero, Ian Rowdybush, who gets it started for Penn State with a first-minute try.
And that was an excellent pass there by the Lions into space, just hitting the gap right where it needs to be and running it in for an easy try to open up scoring within the first minute of this match.
Seen a lot of first-minute tries today. Penn State, the latest to do so. Ian Rowdybush, who had the walk-off try in last year's championship game, gets the first try of this game. So Iowa fought hard in their first game against Ohio State. Came up just short, and now off to a slow start against Penn State. Set to receive the kick, however. Musselman will kick it away for the Nittany Lions. Iowa has a very spread out receiving team, anticipating that this ball could come anywhere, and it will go to the left. Very good kick. Contested, and it deflects into the hands of the Hawkeyes. Well defended by them.
And like I said earlier in this tournament during Penn State's first game, they're very calculated about where they place the opening kick. They try, if they see that the return team has spread out, they'll try and put it in a pocket where they can get to it, try to contest.
Sorry, Claire. Quick offensive possession for Iowa, moving up a little bit before turning it over on the penalty. So Penn State will get their offense set up. As you mentioned, a very calculated team, currently taking some real time off the clock to get their backs set up. One of those teams that really likes to spread their backs out, but they won't need those backs, as they get an instant score from Dalton Musselman, who just ran it himself and wasted no time getting Penn State on the board again with their second try in half number one.
Yeah, and he'll just put that, ground it right in the back of the try zone. Seemingly easy as he emerges from the mass of the bodies that were piling up just around midfield, and he gets out, breaks a tackle, and is fairly untouched by the end as he closes into the try zone. So well done to the Lions for putting themselves up by 12 and now 14.
Yeah, successful conversion attempt right down the middle. Musselman really only had to break one tackle, as you mentioned, basically untouched, had to break a high-ish tackle near the end, but was able to do so and bring it in for the score. Penn State set to kick it away. High kick, another brilliant kick. Deflects off of players of both teams, and the Nittany Lions take over. It's passed all the way to Musselman. One more. And still on his feet, finally brought down, is Lockie Treister. Referee blows his whistle. Musselman takes it, centers it.
Iowa called on the not releasing. They are backed up. And so Penn State, once again, with an opportunity to put themselves up by more.
Certainly a very powerful offense, all the way out wide on the right side. Just barely staying in touch is that back for Penn State. Now they'll go back to the other side. Very spread out, this Penn State attack, looking to find any holes in the defense like that one. What a brilliant play. This Penn State team is unstoppable.
Wow, that was a play right there. They just burned them on that switch on the end. Excellent execution on the outside, and that misdirection there, just catching Iowa off guard, and they can go in for another fairly simple try. That switch play was lethal for the Lions.
Certainly was, and the third try of the half. Penn State, got to give Michigan credit. In their first game, despite the loss, limiting Penn State to 28, which sounds like a lot, but based on what we're seeing in the early goings of this game, certainly Penn State very capable, I should say, of offensive explosions. Already at 21, and we haven't even played 6 minutes yet in this one.
Yeah, and again, the Lions just doing what they do best, reading the defense. They position themselves really well. As you said, they're very spread out in their attack. They get a lot of depth on their attack lines, and they're able to do so because they can pass the ball out almost the full distance of the field. So well done there to the Lions for using that positioning to put themselves up for some easy tries.
Yeah, they certainly make it look easy, don't they?
They
Under
do.
a minute to play in half number 1. Iowa looking for a response, but they were called for the knock-on on the kick, and Dalton Musselman is really giving this Hawkeye team fits with his high kicks that are just barely going 10 meters. And another example right there as he lofts one up there, allows his teammates to get down the field and force havoc. And Penn State has the ball again. Offload bounces and is scooped up in stride effectively by Ian Rowdybush. Rowdybush tackled, but he gets it to his teammates. Fake from Treister. He's brought down and gets it again. But an offside called, and a good call by referee there in purple.
And as he was trying to stiff arm him, the Hawkeyes were able to snatch that one up. So another turnover.
Last offensive possession perhaps for them. Time has expired in the half. Next dead ball will end it. 21-0 Penn State leads right now. Iowa looking to use the left side of the field. Couple cutback moves, and Treister stays with his man. Pretty elusive footwork on the rush attempt from Drew Snyder. Now they'll go all the way to the other side, but it's bobbled. Fight for it, and it's eventually corralled by Iowa. Counter ruck successful from the Nittany Lions. They steal it. Already inside the 5, looking to add on to their lead, and they do. Another try for Penn State as Iowa players bending over in exhaustion and disbelief at how quick their defense is being dismantled by this Penn State attack.
Yeah, and again, Penn State has shown it all tournament long. They are quite disciplined and, again, using the simple but effective plays to get down the field quickly and put those points on the board.
Conversion is very high and will come up short. So it will remain 26. Penn State looking to match their total from their first game, and they've almost done so in just the first half. When we come back, second half action, Iowa 0, Penn State 26. We'll be right back. last half of this segment of pool play, the second of 4 segments today, 5 overall. Iowa kicking it away to Penn State. Penn State, last year's champion, off to a very strong start today. 28-12 victory in their first one, and already up 26 after just 7 minutes of play against the Hawkeyes. Iowa fell victim to a close loss to Ohio State, losing 24-19, and things have fallen off the rails a little bit for them in this one, as they are down 26 points already against a very strong opponent, but still one that you'd like to see them play closer with if you're a Hawkeyes fan, as Penn State looking to add on, and they have a lot of speed. Treister finds a teammate, and no way they're catching him, as Penn State scores again in the first minute of the half, and it looks like Rowdy Bush is the one who eventually brings in, assisted by Treister.
Right off the bat, that's what you see. Again, Penn State doing what they do best, staying calm, finding the space, and running right through as they did.
You could see the visible frustration on the face of Draven Wells, as he was the only man back in black and just had to deal with too many talented white sweaters running at him. And although he was able to neutralize Treister, Treister found a friend, and Rowdy Bush brought it across for an extra 5 points, and the conversion is good as well from Musselman. So 33-0 Penn State as they're approaching the biggest margin of victory of the day. Currently held by the Irish with a 35-point win over at Michigan State. Penn State now in line for the biggest shutout victory of the day, if they can hold on for the remaining 5 minutes. Iowa forces a penalty there, or Iowa commits a penalty there, I should say. Penn State's excellent kickoff works again as Musselman serves it up to a leaping target. Nittany Lions take over on the offense. Musselman spins. Strong tackle. Well done over on the left side. Quick offload in and out of the hands of the intended target, and a knock-on called, as unable to come up with that one was Robert Durkash. Durkash is a sophomore from the state of New York. Surprisingly, not that many Pennsylvanias on this list of hometowns on this Penn State team. Just 4 on the roster for today's game. Good representation throughout the United States. Argentina also, Lorenzo Zemel, a sophomore. So some international representation for the Nittany Lions team. And you know, when you're such a strong program as the Nittany Lions, you attract people from all over. And so good work by the coaching staff for Penn State, building such a strong team year in and year out, looking to repeat as champions. Iowa, a much different story for them. Lots of local talent for them. 9 players and head coach Tyler Daly from the state of Iowa. They also have some strong international representation with Ranheimer from Japan and Ora Malathegi from South Africa. Excuse the pronunciation of that. So this Iowa team looking for its homegrown talent to help build a foundational success. Currently, though, just looking to get on the board with 3 minutes to go in the game, and nothing to speak of for them on the scoreboard. Penn State, just one of those teams that's difficult to do anything against, and Musselman is in for another try. He continues his fine afternoon. Penn State moves to 38. Iowa's still at 0. Quiet weekend of sports on Notre Dame's campus. Bunch of teams away. Baseball and softball both visiting teams today. Successful conversion. So this is
Conversion is good.
arguably the biggest sport event of
6
the weekend here on the Fighting Irish campus. Of course, next weekend, the blue-gold game. The final time football returns in the 2024 academic school year. Of course, both lacrosse teams
Both
in
number
action.
1, too.
Incredible year for Notre Dame lacrosse. Softball and baseball finding a little bit less success, but still active on campus. But this week it's all about rugby at Stinson Rugby Field. Under 2 minutes to play, 40-0 for the Nittany Lions. We're going to be halfway through today's action, believe it or not, after the conclusion of this game. 8 more games to follow after a 10-minute break. 4 o'clock kickoff between Michigan State and Purdue. Michigan State looking for their first win of the day. Currently in last place overall among both pools with 2 losses and a pretty unfortunate negative 64 points differential. Certainly one that they're going to have to win, a must-win against Purdue if they want to do anything but finish last. Purdue 1-0 with that 1-point victory against Illinois. After that, Notre Dame and Indiana take each other on. Indiana 2-0, Notre Dame 1-0, both teams without a loss yet. Iowa, Wisconsin. The following game, Iowa will be 0-2 for that one, Wisconsin 0-1, so both those teams looking to pick up a win. That could be a huge game in terms of standings down the road. And then the last game of the third segment, Ohio State and Penn State. Ohio State still undefeated. Penn State will be 2-0 as well in the next 20 seconds as that becomes official. Currently a scrum on the field. Iowa will feed it through. Iowa very methodical right now on their offense, trying to find something. Slipping and falling is the ball carrier, Abdullah El-Baitari, excuse me. He's one of those 9 Iowa locals.
Knock on by Iowa. to finish
Knock
the
on will end the game, so a blowout. Penn State 40, Iowa 0. It's the biggest margin of victory of the day for either team as the Nittany Lions move to 2-0 in their quest to defend their title.
Yeah, 2-0, and Penn State laying it on. They won pretty big against Michigan earlier today, and now with a bigger win, they are putting themselves in good position. They play again around 5:05 against Ohio State, and as we said, Iowa playing just before that at 4:45 against Wisconsin. So stay with us, and we'll be back around 4 o'clock for Michigan State and Purdue.
Welcome back to Stinson Rugby Field on this very beautiful Saturday in South Bend, Indiana. We're halfway through our scheduled action for the day. Give you a quick update about that. Right now, leading the way in Pool A, Indiana. The Hoosiers 2-0 with a 58 points differential. Two teams tied for second, Notre Dame and Purdue, both 1-0 in their only games. Notre Dame with the edge in point differential 35. They won their game by Purdue, eked by with a 1-point victory. And then two teams at 2 points with 2 losses, Michigan State and Illinois. Illinois at negative 30-point differential, Michigan State at minus 64. In terms of Pool B, Penn State, the only team in that pool with 2 wins. They're 2-0 with a positive 56 differential. Right behind them is Michigan at 1-1 with a 0-point differential. Following Michigan is Ohio State, who won their only game 24-19. Iowa 0-2 with a negative 45, and Wisconsin 0-1 with a negative 16. 3 points per win, 1 point for loss in the standings. So pick up a point every game, no matter what, as there is a Boilermaker down in this one. This is our first game of the third segment, Purdue and Michigan State. Michigan State struggles on defense continue as Purdue strikes just a minute and a half in. The try coming from a new source, a Merrick Mafutuna with the try. It was Sean O'Donnell who had 3 in Purdue's first victory, so the first try by someone other than number 23 in black for the Boilermakers. They jump out to a 5-0 lead.
Yeah, and the Boilermakers already showing how they can use the space well. You know, the Spartans leaving them a gap, and they are just taking it right to them from the beginning. So 7-0 to start off scoring in this first match of the second half of tournament play today. Excuse me, pool play, rather.
Yeah, pool play wraps up tomorrow morning. Pool play all day today, and then 8 out of the 10 teams will play another pool play game tomorrow morning. Michigan State and Iowa the only exceptions. After that, there'll be an hour break, and then we'll get into play-ins, playoffs. A lot of good stuff to come tomorrow, but got to figure out all the seedings first, and that's what today is for. So plenty of action still to go. Purdue kicks it away. Michigan State corrals the kick, and they'll get set on the offense, looking to get on the board for the first time in this game. Certainly have been not too bad for them on the offense, Michigan State, that is. Could be better, obviously, but they've they've done enough. It's really been the defense for the Spartans that's let them down with 83 points against in just 2 games, and now 90 points against in 2 games and 2 minutes.
Yeah, the Michigan State attack has shown a lot of really great things throughout the day. They've been able to get open and, you know, score a bunch of points, put points up on some really strong defenses as well. And so just a matter of defensively, how can they get these stops? How can they work as a unit to try and mitigate some of these breaks?
Struggling to contain the Boilermakers right now as John Kustra had a nice run, and that's going to set up a potential try, a shirt tackle. What a play. Michigan State's Josiah Rosa, who scored 2 of 3 tries for his team on the day.
Penalty to Purdue.
At least, he might have scored all 3.
On the mark.
But he made that tackle. And a whistle blows. No try yet for Purdue. However, they will get the ball at the attacking 5-meter line. So prime opportunity for them, but they will go for the scrum.
Purdue elects for the scrum.
2:30 to play. Half number 1, 7-0 Purdue.
Purdue with another opportunity right at the 5 off the scrum here. Their backs set up a bit of depth.
Boilermakers moving left to right on the screen and on the field. Aaron pass is corralled. Cut play into the hands of Purdue's Max Schrage. Schrage is brought down. Get some help from teammates. They're once again near the 5-meter line. Very patient Purdue offense right now. Kustra taken down, trying to do it himself. Quick offload, and no one guarding the intended target, and Purdue is in for another try, taking a 12-0 lead.
And Purdue again moving very quickly, advancing up the field. Michigan State again just struggling a little bit defensively, not quite on the same page. You have some men launching up faster than others, and so the lack of cohesion there is really turning in favor of the Boilermakers. They've got to be able to come up as a line and make sure they can stop letting those gaps open up for the attack to go through.
That was Eddie Murphy, the senior, the local product out of Mishawaka, Indiana, who scored that try for Purdue, number 8 in black, as the conversion attempt from Schrage misses off the right upright. 35 seconds to go in half number 1. Line drive kick, Michigan State looking to get something going at the end of the half. Give themselves some momentum going into half number 2, but they've got a long way to go on the field to do so. Rolling tackle made by Ethan Miller. Spartans now will try a kick play, and pretty good idea when you have speed like that, as Ring tried to make it happen, but it was picked up on the defense by Austin Breidenthal. He's a grad student, the only grad student on this Purdue Boilermakers roster. Spartans will set up a set play from midfield. Time has expired in the half. Next dead ball will bring us to halftime. Michigan State down 2 scores would be a big time for them to get on the board. Cut the deficit to 5 or 7, depending on the success of their conversion, should they get in for a try right here.
Yeah, absolutely. If they can punch one in just before the half expires, they're putting themselves in good position. They would only be down 1 possession going into the second, but
a turnover, and Purdue is going to be the team who adds before the half ends, as a miscommunication between a couple Spartans and Wes Stevens is on the board, and Purdue extends the lead, 17-0 Boilermakers.
Yeah, that was a good play right there. Excellent awareness by the Boilermakers, again, getting the turnover and They had only the grass in front of them. No one was there to make the stop. So, again, the Spartans just need to be just a little bit more aware on defense about their positioning, about their spacing. I've been saying it kind of throughout this tournament, but again, until they lock that down, it makes it a little bit difficult to get some points on the board, especially when you need the stops to get the ball back. So in the second half, would really like to see them kind of work together as a unit, communicate more, add in a sweeper, and take the right angles, because if they're gonna get beat up front, they have to have someone in the back to stop it.
Certainly seems like a good idea to me, as Michigan State struggling on both sides of the ball in this game. Purdue, 19 unanswered points in half number 1. We're going to take a quick halftime break, and when we come back, we're going to get the second half between these two Big Ten teams. Underway in half number 2. Purdue off to a 19-0 lead against Michigan State. Michigan State struggling to start today's action, but what a response for them right out of the gates in half number 2. Just what the doctor ordered for the Spartans. Robbie Smith, who's been all over the field in white, downs it for the try. That took just 24 seconds. Spartans on the board.
Absolutely. I love the pick and go by Bobby White. He's just getting there, by himself. Again, he says, I'll take this by myself. I see the gap. I see that there's no one defending me, and he takes the weak side that was left unguarded and put that into points. So the Spartans get up first on the board.
Yeah, they're finally on the board in this game. They quickly convert for an extra 2, so Michigan State clearly coming out with some intentions in this second half, needing a big comeback. Certainly have the guys. You saw Smith with the breakaway run there. He's been good today despite the team's general lack of success. Lucas Ring has also been pretty noticeable for the Spartans today, and Jacob Broyles also occasionally in there, so certainly the guys for Michigan State, but can they find a way to get stops on defense to set up their offense? Purdue hoping the answer is no as they progress almost to midfield. That is a strong runner, struggling to be brought down. Looked like may have been Mafutuna trying to progress. Purdue will now go towards the near side. Spin move by Stevens. Brief 2-1, what a fake. Eddie Murphy, excuse me, how do you do? 5 points on the board.
And that was an excellent response by the Boilermakers, unfazed and just going right through it, throwing a dummy move and then walking in for the try. An excellent job right there by the Boilermakers.
That had me fooled up here, as it certainly looked like Murphy was going to find his man on his right, but chose to keep it himself, and that was fancy.
It was. I almost missed it myself.
That makes two of us as Purdue answers quickly. Michigan State's defensive woes continue, as just when you think they have a little bit of momentum, not to be, as Purdue responds and takes a 19-point lead right back. Notre Dame, Indiana, a matchup of two undefeated teams to follow after the final 4 minutes of this one.
Yeah, Notre Dame with a huge win over Michigan State earlier, 47-12. And Indiana with one
Broyles
themselves.
now for the Spartans. Another long try run for them is Broyles, who has been one of those noticeable players, just finds a gap right down the middle and scores.
Yeah, absolutely. Right there, that's what they needed. Able to make it a foot race, again, find the gap, and like I said, offensively, they've shown a lot of grit, a lot of strength, and you know, it's really translating into points now in the second half, which is excellent. Their defense is also playing a lot better again. They are moving a lot more cohesively as a unit, which is really good. Really good to see in the second half.
Loose ball, Spartans jump on it. Offload deflects. Whistle blows, play stops. 2:40 to go in this one. 26-14, the current lead for the Purdue Boilermakers, who are responsible for the closest win so far of the day, so no stranger to these tight battles, as this one may be setting up to be. Michigan State with the ball deep in Purdue territory. Now it is Boilermakers' ball on the scrum, but it's bobbled and picked up by the Spartans, so a huge play by Michigan State. It's still up for grabs. Michigan State comes away with it. Ring offloads it on his left, and a tackle into touch, a very strong tackle. What a play out there by the Purdue back with under 2 minutes to go, forcing the turnover, and a line out coming up.
And even though Purdue is backed up pretty deep into their own territory, we've seen them advance up the field if they can get this line out into space.
They're going to try kicking it ahead. It's a high kick. Gathered in by the Spartans before the receiver is instantly met. Michigan State goes towards the right. Look at that run, as refusing to go down is Smith. Finally brought down based on grabbing his shirt. Trying to push the teammate across. Can he down it? Still no signal from the referee. Somehow, Purdue holds on for the time being. Still finding a way to hold on. Penalty called against Purdue. Quick tap and go. They're going to try to go left. It's deflected. Picked up, saving the possession by Miles Bell, but now Michigan State backed up.
And a great
Offload to Bell.
And Purdue is applying the pressure right now. Michigan State with the prime opportunity, and it's just kicked away. They're playing at the advantage for the Boilers.
Another kick. Finally,
Oh,
the
man.
ball's picked up by an unfortunate Matt Onafrau, as he's just surrounded by black jerseys, and Purdue is going to get another try. Running it in for the score,
Oh.
Mike Murphy.
Wild sequence to finish here, but you have to give credit to Purdue's defense for just not giving up. As Michigan State was on the doorstep, I thought that they would be able to place it because they actually did get into the try zone, but the ball carrier played the ball back instead of just putting it down in the try zone. Little bit of a wild turn of events there, but credit to Purdue for finishing that one out, avoiding the last second score, and they will come away with the win.
33-14, the official final, but really the scoreboard not indicative of how close this game was. It's hard to believe the Spartans couldn't down it for the try and give themselves a real chance, but as you mentioned, Purdue with definitely the best defensive goal line or try line stand of the day, keeping the score of the Michigan State Spartans to 14.
Yeah, just a wild, wild sequence to finish out there. Have not seen that one before, I will say, but nevertheless, we move to the next game.
And a good one it will be. Notre Dame, Indiana. Indiana, the runner-up last year. Notre Dame, the host team. Both teams with wins so far. Indiana with 2 big ones, both by 29. Notre Dame as well with a big win. 47-12 was the score of their only game. So 2 real teams who dominated in the first 2 rounds. Of course, Notre Dame getting a bye in the second sort of segment, but if they want to clinch that 1 seed, they're going to have to beat a really good team like Indiana. And of course, Indiana coming in one of the favorites to clinch this victory. We'll see what they can do as we're underway. Hoosiers kick it off,
Yeah, both
and instantly
teams.
receive the kickoff. What a play from Indiana right off the bat. Spinning around is Cabreros. Brought down but offloads it, and Indiana strikes quickly. That did not take long, 17 seconds, and Indiana's on the board.
No, that offload was so quick, I almost missed it myself. I mean, they really, again, taking the initiative to get the kick, get their own kick right off the bat, recover that, and then after a little bit of running around in circles, dare I say, they finally find the gap and are able to exploit. Very well done by the Hoosiers to open up scoring. Both teams have been playing very hot in this tournament, so this is going to be a really energetic, very high-speed matchup, as we've seen just now with the Hoosiers putting points on the board in the first 45 seconds, per se, of this matchup. It's 7-0 to the Hoosiers.
Now they'll try a short kick, takes an Indiana bounce, and the Hoosiers get it again. It's the first time the kick went to Wall on the near side to receive it. That time it was almost like a football onside kick where the kicker himself goes out to get it. Either way, Indiana ball. Again, they continue to show off excellent skills with the kicks, and that's going to result in another try. The Hoosiers with 2 in a minute and a half as they have jumped out to an early lead in this battle.
And again, you're seeing the speed. Notre Dame needs to make adjustments now. Again, if they're going to have the line break, you have to have support in the back to try and stop those runs, because otherwise the Hoosiers will get you with their legs, and that's what we've seen in these first 2 minutes already, putting up 2 tries for Indiana. It's 12-0 here with just under 5 minutes in the first half.
Yeah, very quick start for the Hoosiers team that's had plenty of quick starts today. So Claire, if you're Notre Dame, what do you have to do on the kickoff to prevent what's happened the first 2 times? How do you defend such a versatile and aggressive team such as Indiana on those kickoffs?
Yeah, I mean, again, Indiana, like we've seen with teams like Penn State, are very calculated with their kickoff. They're seeing where Notre Dame is placing their players and trying to kick accordingly.
Yeah, certainly difficult, but Notre Dame does get that one, so their first offensive zone possession of the day. See what they can do with the ball. Indiana's defense has been stellar today.
Absolutely, but if you give Notre Dame a chance, they can show you what they've got. They also have speed, and they'll show it.
Just 7 points allowed for Indiana in 2 games thus far. Notre Dame looking to change that. Barnes with a fake and some speed. You mentioned the speed, and Barnes shows it off. He's going to give it to his teammate. What a play. Barnes finds McKenzie, and Patrick McKenzie downs it. The Irish cut the deficit 14-5.
And right there, again, the unselfish play. Barnes had a great run of his own, but he was looking for his teammate, found McKenzie, and McKenzie had a clear path forward. So well done there. Great awareness, great support, and that's some good rugby right there.
So Notre Dame with a big score and conversion to cut the deficit officially in half. Indiana had been in control of this game, both teams showing why their offenses are so potent. We've played just about 4 minutes, and there have already been 3 tries. Good kick, and it's Notre Dame who gathers it. And now they play with advantage briefly. Bowman hands it off. So now we've seen Notre Dame use creative kicks to their advantage. McKenzie offloads it, but it's intercepted by Cabreros. So the first defensive stop for either team. And Wall is going to try to turn that into his own try. What a play, but it takes a bad bounce on him. Peyton Wall looked like he had green grass in front of him, but the rugby ball disagreed.
Yeah, and maybe should have kicked that forward because he had that Irishman beat. But I don't think it's going to matter here. And Indiana kind of walks in for the try on the far wing. So well played by them. And you're really seeing the tempo being pushed with both teams. This game is moving extremely fast. And again, with that can come these little mistakes. You just saw Notre Dame with a little bit of panic passing on the offloads, handing it right to the Indiana defender, setting up that sequence right there to go ahead with the score. So 17-9 game, kick on the way, bit of a steep angle.
Yeah, tough conversion attempt is no good. 12 points, still Indiana leads. 140 to play. Or excuse me, it was 140 to play on the stream when I looked, but it's actually 110. 110 to go, and it'll click down to about 1 minute before this kickoff. Hannon will survey his options. He's going to go back to the near side. It's a good one. Wall battles, but it's Notre Dame's Cam Teza who comes away with it. Going up well for it, so Notre Dame not allowing Indiana to have their way on the kickoffs. It's given away, though. Cabreros, it's loose, and we get a whistle.
And like I said, again, when you're pushing the pace, you have to be wary, especially with those pop passes. You have to make sure that a man is there. Luckily, Notre Dame got the ball back.
Teza with some space hands it off as he was chased down effectively by that Indiana defender. That was Tommy Hannon, who's been all over the place today. He was able to prevent that try from Teza down the left sideline. McKenzie thinks about it. Just barely gathered in on the far side as Graham tried to make it happen. Jackson Graham Jr. out of Malaysia. Bouncing ball. Gathered in carefully by Packard. Packard finds a friend. Powerful run. Ball is free, and it's picked up and kicked ahead by Wall before he's brought down. No time left in the half. Ball near the near side sidelines.
And they will call a knock on there.
Knock on called. Several of us in the press box seem to disagree. But that will bring us to halftime. 12-point lead for Indiana as they score 3 quick tries. Notre Dame found a way to get one, but it was Indiana who takes a 12-point lead into the second half.
Absolutely, and we'll come back to another half of rugby. Both teams playing with a lot of energy right now. So again, who can settle down? Again, when the tempo is pushed, when the pace is pushed, it's easy to start not panicking, but making some maybe rather impulsive decisions. So again, making sure that everything is methodical and you're looking at where you're passing, not just throwing it back, to try and make something happen. Again, just going to ground, resetting play, and playing phase by phase. Win the interval every time.
We're going to go to halftime here. Quick break as Indiana leads Notre Dame 19-7. Notre Dame will kick it away to the Indiana Hoosiers to start the second half. And although that may seem like a disadvantage, it's actually been the kicking teams that have been causing havoc on the kickoffs and scoring out of it. Indiana with 14 of their 19 points via grabbing their own kickoffs, and Notre Dame's only try happened due to the same reason. Kick is up and gathered in, but an instant tackle from Tom Bowman.
And here come the Hoosiers as they try and advance up. Notre Dame is right there, though.
Yeah, Notre Dame in good defensive position there. Called on the penalty, though.
Yeah, they will be called for not rolling away, setting them back 10. And it looks like the Hoosiers will try to kick this one into touch.
And that they do, gaining a little bit of ground. Why not when you have such a hot kicker as Tommy Hannon is today?
Yeah, absolutely. And, at this point, there's still a lot of time left. You still have the entire half, essentially. But I think Indiana can afford to kind of settle down a little bit because, they already built themselves up a cushion. But, again, if they play a little bit slower, a little bit more methodical, they can certainly mitigate any mistakes potentially.
Cabreros with a cutback move. He's been pretty active in this game after being relatively quiet in their first two wins. All the way on the right side. Offload is mishandled. Indiana jumps on top of it, retaining possession. Break for Notre Dame there as it looked like the Hoosiers might have some space to work with. Spinning and falling with empty grass in front of him. Looked like Wyatt Schrader maybe. Bounced in a juke move from Keenan Mikowski, the vice captain. Cabreros with a little bit of room, bobbles it. That should be a knock on, and it is.
I like what they were doing there with that switch play. Again, had he not knocked it on, that would have been a path to the try zone, pretty untouched, but unfortunately just mishandled the ball. And so Notre Dame with the chance right now. You need to breathe, get this scrum off, and again, they have a lot of speed, a lot of talent, especially on the attack. So
that was Colin Artis, who's been all over the place for Notre Dame, who had the near tackle that kind of forced the ball free as Michael Cabreros was trying to bring it in for the try, but Artis was in the way. Notre Dame, long way to go on this offensive possession. And a couple nice moves, and they're going to pick up most of this ground. Andrew Packard with green grass in front of him being chased, but he has the angle. And Notre Dame with the all-important first try of the second half. It's Packard bringing it in for the 5.
Yeah, and right then you see Packard and his speed. He's played wing before, especially during the 15 season, so he has that repertoire there. So it's, again, very good on Notre Dame for seeing that gap and giving it to the man that they know that can really turn on the Jets and score that one. So
Yeah, Packard was being chased by an also speedy Wyatt Schrader, although Schrader got a little banged up in his last game. The last game for Indiana, he ended by limping off the field, so likely not at 100% on that pursuit, but either way, it looked like Packard had the angle, and as you mentioned, great speed for Andrew Packard of Notre Dame, and so that's the first try of the second half. They cut the deficit to 5 with 3 minutes to go, and certainly, Claire, this game has lived up to the hype you figured was going to happen when you have Indiana at 2-0 and Notre Dame at 1-0 today. And you know, this game at Notre Dame Stadium, and Indiana always one of the best teams in NCAA rugby. Certainly expected a good one and are getting a good one right now.
yeah, absolutely. And again, both teams play very smart, very calculated. You can see how Notre Dame settled into the pace a bit. They're not making the mistakes that they did in the first half. They're actually forcing those turnovers as
Penalty
Indiana
calls.
gets called. And so now you're starting to see the pendulum swing the other way.
So Notre Dame will go for the tap and go. Jackson Graham to Packard. With speed downhill is McKenzie running over Cabreros, who helps with the tackle. Irish will go to the far side now. Teza all the way to the left side. Notre Dame resets up the attack. Indiana's defense holding strong right now. 1:44 to go in this one-score game. Notre Dame trailing, but with the ball. Tackle made on Patrick Jennings. Bowman across, Teza to the far side, and space down the wing for Josh Bryan. Tie game!
And that was an excellent play there by the Irish. Getting the score, little bit of a steeper angle, but we've seen them make this before for the conversion to put them ahead, but big opportunity to go up for the Irish, and again, using the speed up the side, sticking to their strengths. You love to see it, don't you?
Under a minute to go. Tough conversion attempt is up and short. So the game stays tied. If it were to end regulation tied, we would go to overtime, and I believe that 7-on-7 rugby results in sudden death overtime, so that could be exciting. That would be my first overtime experience as a commentator here on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. Still a long way from that, though. 12 seconds to go, and Notre Dame gathers in the kickoff. One last possession for them, potentially. Of course, the game cannot end until a dead ball, so lots still to happen in this one. John Barnes will try to progress forward. He's brought down by a couple of black sweaters. And they call a penalty for not rolling away against Indiana. Can certainly feel the excitement in Stinson Rugby Field right now. Irish knocking on the doorstep with a chance at a walk-off. Can Indiana hold? Barnes to the 22. Leaves it back.
Follow him, buddy, follow him.
And another whistle. Another penalty. Certainly could think about kicking it here if you're Notre Dame. But it looks like they will not. They're going to tap and go. John Barnes to Patrick McKenzie. McKenzie loses it, but it's picked up by Barnes. Notre Dame wins!
A walk-off try for Barnes as Notre Dame comes from behind and manages to seal the victory in the waning seconds of this matchup. What a game for the Irish. And they still have the kick on the way.
So assuming this one doesn't get blocked, the game is over. So the kick is a line drive kick, but there's the official whistle, and that will do it. Irish with a second half comeback, the first second half comeback win of the day as they take it against Indiana and move to 2-0.
An exciting, exciting match. Well played by both teams. Both teams play very well, very crisp. And so again, Notre Dame getting the better of the Hoosiers in this matchup, especially late, with some strong runs, some really, really speedy line breaks, and they're able to seal this one as they move forward.
So Notre Dame moves to 2-0. Indiana drops to 2-1. We're going to take a short break. When we return, the next game is in the Pool B section. Iowa takes on Wisconsin. Both those teams looking to get on the board in the win column for the first time. That's when we come back. Stay with us after the break. Just about set for the third game of this segment. Third sort of round robin games for all of these teams. In this round so far, Purdue a convincing victory over Michigan State, pulling away at the end. Indiana blows a second half lead to Notre Dame. First comeback, second half comeback win of the day. Also the first walk-off. That just happened. Notre Dame moves to 2-0. Illinois on bye for this group right now, and across the way in Pool B, Michigan on bye at 1-1. Iowa at 0-2, taking on Wisconsin right now. Both Wisconsin had the first bye of the day. They're currently 0-1. After this, it's Ohio State against Penn State to wrap up the third round of round-robin games. So big one here between two teams searching for their first wins. Hawkeyes have looked good at points today, but have also surrendered plenty of points on the scoreboard themselves with 64 points against. That's by far the most in Pool B. Second most overall behind Michigan State, who's played an extra game. So Iowa's going to have to close things up on the defense, but the offense has not struggled today as they're in for the try. That took 1 minute and 8 seconds, and the Hawkeyes strike first.
And good job on Iowa for, again, finding that space and letting their speed carry them in. Again, they've had some really good moments in this tournament, putting up quite the fight against Ohio State to open up this tournament. So good to see them back on track here early in this first half.
Looked like Daniel Ports, number 24, the freshman out of Edina, who got it in for the first try of the game. Conversion is good, making it 7-0 in favor of the Hawkeyes. Wisconsin, in their first and only game of the day, a 26-10 defeat at the hands of Michigan. Michigan on bye in this round, so both those teams will have completed their bye. The other teams to have completed their bye at the conclusion of this game: Illinois, Notre Dame, Ohio State, and Purdue. Hawkeyes looking to add on. This is a strong run right down the middle. Tyler Jerva could not find space. It's bobbled. They fight for it. Wisconsin playing with advantage. And the ball takes a Iowa bounce. Has nearly room straight ahead for Wisconsin's player, who looked like he had room, but again, the ball bounces the direction he was not hoping for. Carter Bell, who may have had that chance, and now Wisconsin's gonna get on the board, I believe. And yes, there's the stiff arm and the score from Bryce Quinton.
Try for Wisconsin.
Game-tying try for the Badgers, and they make it 5-5. It looked like Quinton might get caught from behind, but able to use his right arm for the stiff arm while the ball was in his left hand.
Yeah, he emerged from a pile of bodies around midfield, so good on him for staying up and running it all the way. One man to beat with the stiff arm, securing the try for the Badgers. They go up now 7-5 after that conversion.
Yeah, Victor Vasconcelos with the true conversion right down the middle gives the Badgers the lead. 3 minutes and change to go in half number one. After this game, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break, and when we return, after this game, we have one more to play between Ohio State and Penn State. Then we get the break. So I'd been looking at the schedule wrong. Just a reminder, if you want to view that schedule, we'll get to that in just a sec, actually, as Iowa breaks free down the left side. And that was a very quick answer. Just when Wisconsin grabs the lead, Iowa grabs it right back. Maybe Renheimer down the left side on the try for the Hawkeyes.
So the Hawkeyes with the response, putting themselves up by 3. Just under 2.5 minutes in this first half. It's still anyone's game.
Yeah, very back and forth first half. Hawkeyes looking to extend that lead to 5. The conversion is no good off the left upright, so it stays at 3. So I was saying, if you'd like to view all the schedule and all the results from today's games, every so often there'll be a QR code that appears on your screen. Do not hesitate to scan that. It's got all the good information that you're looking for about this weekend's Big Ten Sevens Championship. That kick goes into touch right away, so Wisconsin will gather it and get it set up at midfield. Just getting a quick look at some of the JV scores that are not on stream but are occurring across just behind me on Ricky Fields. Purdue JV beats Michigan JV 17-15. Indiana with a victory over Illinois 29-5. Ohio State defeats Notre Dame 26-12. And Wisconsin here looking to find some space, but a great track down tackle. And a whistle blows as it looked like Andrew Kozier might have some room, but the referee stops him. Maybe a knock on it. Yes, that is what they call. Is it before Kozier got it, it went off the hands of one of his teammates, and the referee deems that illegal, and so a huge break for the Hawkeyes.
Yeah, a series of turnovers on both teams. Possession switching up very quickly in this second half.
Yeah, back and forth. Tough to get to the point where we can read off some of those other scores, as this game is so wide open and so back and forth. But right now it's Iowa with it deep in their own territory. Offload is bobbled, takes a Wisconsin bounce, but a knock-on called against Iowa, and that does it for the first half. So 10-7 Hawkeyes lead in a back and forth first half. When we come back, we're going to get set for some second half action in what is shaping up to be a close finish down to the wire. Teams just now started to take the field in preparation for the final 7 minutes of this one. Iowa 10, Wisconsin 7. Charlie Morris here, joined alongside my partner Claire DeMeo, Sam Ohaj, and Nick Ruthraff helping me out from the headset, doing a great job as always. Iowa with a 3-point lead, heading into half number 2, looking to get their first win, get on the board with a W, moving to 1-2. If not, they would move to 0-3, and Wisconsin would move to 1-1, which would be a huge win for them in their quest for a higher seed. All pool play action today, and even more pool play action tomorrow before the playoffs begin at noon. Look at that spin. How in the world did Harris Eric not go down? And he's in for the try. What an unbelievable start to half number 2.
Great effort there to get this half rolling. And yeah, an impressive, strong run. And we have a very close game, potentially to be tied.
Already the third lead change of the day. It was 7-0 Iowa, 7-7. Or 5-0 Iowa, 7-5 Wisconsin, 10-7 Iowa, and now 12-10 for the Badgers. So back and forth they go in this seesaw affair. Conversion is no good, so lead remains 2 with 6 minutes to go in the second half. This is going to be a good one between two desperate teams looking to get on the board in the win column. After this, Iowa will play Michigan next, 6:10 p.m. kickoff. Wisconsin the following game against Ohio State. So nice break for these teams at the conclusion of this game, especially Wisconsin getting about an hour and a half off. Iowa, can they respond again? They've been such a good job responding, but Eric comes up with it again, moves it to his friend, and a stiff arm and a score. Andrew Kozier. Another try. Wisconsin extends the lead.
Yeah, Wisconsin again heating up here, finding their rhythm, and again playing very smart, phase by phase again. And they extend their lead to It's about to be 2 possessions if they get this kick, which they do.
Yep, right down the middle. So a huge score, as you mentioned, Claire, moving it to 2 possessions, a big deal. And this one is Iowa coming into the game with only 19 points for in 2 games. So now they're going to have to get at least that in this one to tie it up. 2 scores away. Obviously getting exactly 19, rather difficult. You're not going to kick 3 times, so in all likelihood, 2 tries away for them. No one has attempted a kick for 3 points yet on the day. Notre Dame had an opportunity to in one of their games, but chose to go for the try instead. And I think that's the strategy of most teams out here, looking to not settle for just 3, but rather go for 5 or even 7. Turnover by Iowa. Wisconsin looking to extend that lead even further, and they will. The 3rd consecutive try of the half, as it was brought into the try zone by Carter Bell, and he passes to his teammate who can down it right in the middle. So a creative play. Seeing a lot of unselfishness from these teams, all of them really here today, Claire, and there is the most recent example.
Yeah, both teams again looking to pass and finding their teammate to create the space and secure the tries. I mean, that's excellent awareness and execution there.
Unfortunately, the unselfishness does not pay off as the conversion is no good. Still a comfortable 14-point lead now for Wisconsin. Under halfway left to go in the second half. Iowa in desperate need of 2 quick tries and conversions. Obviously a tall task for them, but if they can find a way to get one quickly, that would go a long way. Great kick. Wisconsin playing with advantage, as again the kick causes problems for this Iowa team. Tough run by Bryce Quinton, who had the first try in this game for Wisconsin. He just now gets to his feet and he's greeted by the ball. Wisconsin moving towards the far side of the field, all the way to the wing now, and they'll reset. Come back to the middle in no rush, this Badgers team. Gonna melt some clock away. Quinton finds a friend, and a little bit of green grass along the right side. Eric dumps it off. Quick moving ball movement right now. Joe Coach leaves it behind. Vasconcelos out to the weak side. And room up the middle, as finally the patient offense pays off. Wisconsin is going to score again. Carter Bell not going to pass it off this time. Still on his feet and now downs it for the try.
And Wisconsin extending their lead. They're really finding their rhythm, getting comfortable in their schemes. And it's really showing in the second half. They've started to run away with it a bit as time ticks under a minute and a half now.
Yeah, it was a back and forth first half, but Wisconsin coming out and really dominating in this second half to the tune of 24 unanswered points. Really pulling away from an Iowa team that has looked desperate in the first half, coming in 0-2, knowing they needed to get on the board and playing like it, but starting with this half, the long try run, the electric try run from Harris Eric, and since then it's been all Badgers. Under a minute to go in this half. Iowa struggles with the tap and go as Jack Cantorna did not realize that the ball has to leave your hands and then hit your foot. You can't just place it on your foot while holding on to it. Seen a couple teams, a couple instances of that coming up. Skip pass, bounces. Oh, but it bounces back into the hands of Traven Wells. It looked like that bounce was a bad bounce, but he got saved by the next bounce, almost like the ball was apologizing. Turned over, however. Wisconsin looking to break again, but a good strip tackle from behind. Picked up by Ren Heimer. Heimer down the right sideline, cuts back to the middle, one man to beat, And a great offload. There's some unselfishness again, as we've seen all day. And Iowa, although it doesn't matter, on the scoreboard, will get a try, and that has to feel good for the Hawkeyes.
Yeah, absolutely. It gives them some momentum. And again, that was an excellent play. Great decision making by the Hawkeyes to, again, look for the support, look for the pass, and secure what could be the final score of this match.
Yeah, with time expired, looks like it will be the last score as the conversion is no good. Landon Samail, the senior from Decorah, Iowa, one of the many Iowa local talents on this Hawkeyes team, was the one who officially brought it in, but that play was definitely made by Renheimer. Final score, Wisconsin 31, Iowa 15. Wisconsin gets on the board. They're now 1-1. Iowa drops to 0-3. Coming up in just a minute, Ohio State and Penn State, the final game of the third round of round-robin games here on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. Twelfth game of the day upcoming. Penn State, Ohio State, ready to duel it out on the rugby pitch. Of course, many battles between these two schools at the collegiate football level. Ohio State, generally speaking, getting the best of those, but Penn State's been rolling today, and the defending rugby champions are looking to move to 3-0 on the day, already with 68 points for in just 2 games, just 12 against. First place in the Pool B standings, and should they win, they would move to first place overall with 9 points, the only team with more than 7. Of course, Ohio State looking to not let that happen, came away with a win in their first game by a score of 24-19. They then got a bye during the second round of games, so this is just their second game of the day here at 5:02 p.m. local time. So now that we have a little break, we're going to get you re-caught up on those JV scores that we were halfway through before there was some exciting action in our last game. Purdue with 2 wins, 3 wins actually. Whoa! Penn State scores. Well, that was quick. I'm looking down at the scores on my screen in front of me, and I look up, and it's 5-0.
We're never going to get through those JV scores.
I don't think we will. Penn State's so dangerous on their own kicks, and they score likely the quickest points of the day. If not, they would be beating their own record.
Took them all of 15 seconds there, so.
That was quick. Wow, Penn State just showing why they are the way they are. John Gatherer, a freshman from Connecticut, with the try. So a quick start for Penn State. Ohio State stunned. A lot of Ohio State fans here in the crowd today, and stunned in silence. 7-0 upon the successful conversion. Penn State goes the same direction and wins it again. Nittany Lions are better on their own kickoffs than the other team is, even though they're supposed to be kicking it away. But Dalton Musselman, one of the best in the biz, and he's got the ball now. Offloads it out wide right. Careful to stay in touch is the ball carrier, Nick Masterson. Nittany Lions continuing to possess, now moving towards the left. Quick offload and a spin. Dangerous pass, but it's gathered in by the try scorer Gatherer. Ironically enough, no pun intended. Penalty called against Penn State, so finally we'll get to see the Ohio State offense. First time we're seeing them since their very first game of the day at 2 p.m. So it's been 3 hours since the Buckeyes were last on this field. Certainly look like maybe slightly rusty on that first possession of the game. Ohio State surrendering that quick try, but the Buckeyes now with possession looking to answer, but lose it on their own scrum briefly, but the ref will stop play and call it back.
Yeah, I mean, to that point, they've had quite some time between their last game and this one, but again, I think they will be able to settle down. It's still early into the first half, and so if they're able to not only, settle into their schemes, look up and just take a breather for a second, reset, I think they'll be able to match up pretty well. Again, they only let up one score. I know it was a very quick score, but they've managed to hold them off for another few minutes here.
Yeah, but that's going to become slightly more difficult as they commit a penalty on their own scrum. So they had 2 scrum opportunities, and neither looked exactly beautiful. And Musselman is going to take it almost all the way, offloads it to his friend, and that's a score. Penn State again on the board with another try. Aiden King, the one who downs it, but it was Musselman. Dalton Musselman has been all over the place today, and he just continues to make plays for this Nittany Lions team, picking up an assist there.
Absolutely. He's been a really integral part of this team. Again, as you said, he's been doing it all. He's been breaking the lines, making some really, really crucial tackles as well. And so, yeah, he's definitely one to look out for. And if you're the other team, the opposing team, for whatever team it is, that's someone you're going to try and lock up a bit, maybe put an extra tackler on him, especially because he can power through some of these tackles. So, again, just trying to mitigate his presence in this match and really any match.
Yeah, always tough to do. He was a standout player during their championship run in the spring last year and has returned and done the same. He's the guy who they give the ball to the minute their opponent commits a penalty, the minute they need a kick. Like, he's just doing it all. Number 10 in white, he's got the ball now, offloads it to his teammate. As powerful run getting across midfield from Masterson. On the left side, running room for King brought down. Penn State really dominating the ball right now. Gatherer to Musselman. goes back the other way. And an obstruction called. Good call as Gatherer was laid an unintentional block, but a block nonetheless. So Ohio State ball, what a jumping grab. Coming down with that was Steele Matthews. Needing a score, here are the Buckeyes. Chris Mason on the left side. Stays in bounds for now. Quickly offloads it before he could be literally dragged by his shirt into touch.
Yeah, I'm surprised there was no call for not releasing there because he did not release.
Certainly did anything but release. See, as the Penn State tackler, couldn't quite tell who it was, but he was literally trying to drag Mason into touch by his clothes. Jack Dulick trying to find some room. Unsuccessful. Mason has it again. Gatherer the only one back, and he brings him down with a strong tackle. Hugh O'Kennedy across to Eddie Markson. Ohio State continuing to move towards the right side of the field. Wisconsin and Ohio State both in red today. Wisconsin coming off of a big win. Ohio State looking for one of their own in comeback fashion.
There will be a penalty to Penn State.
But a penalty against them, so Penn State retakes possession. A huge play from them as Ohio State was starting to generate something on the offense on that possession, but with time winding down in the first half, Nittany Lions got to stop and look to turn it the other way. Time officially up. Some broken ankles. What a great move. Moving to the left by Lockie Treister. He's tackled from behind. What a play. Ball's bobbled. Finally, we get a whistle, knock-on called. Should do it for the half. And it will. 14-0 Penn State leads, but Ohio State certainly showing signs of life as the half concludes.
Yeah, absolutely, and that was an excellent effort there by the Lions trying to get around, breaking through tackles. It looked like a straightforward path to the try zone, but then good on Ohio State for getting to the ball carrier in the nick of time, forcing the knock-on after a couple of knock-ons actually, but at least then it was the end of the half. So well done to both teams for their efforts there. As we move into the second half, Ohio State with honestly not that huge of a deficit they're facing. It's only a few possessions. So again, as long as they're able to, move as a unit, launch early on the defense, and then start to create opportunities to get the ball back, because we've seen a lot from them on their attack. I think that will be the key going into the second half for the Buckeyes.
Yeah, only 2 possessions down. Theoretically, of course, you're going to need 2 tries and 2 conversions. Not always easy, so for the Buckeyes, got to be happy with the effort, but if you're Penn State, we're singing the praises of Ohio State's effort, and they're down 14 points. Just goes to show what kind of team the Nittany Lions are and what kind of powerhouse they are, both offensively coming into the game with 68 points for, but also defensively, only 12 against in 2 games. So certainly a strong defense from them. Of course, a shutout in their last game, a 40-0 decision over Iowa. Biggest win of the day by any team in any pool. That includes the JV scores, which we can now finally get to. Purdue leading the way with 3 wins. Only a plus 36 point differential. Of course, they did get a forfeit win as Notre Dame, one of Notre Dame's teams, chose a forfeit. So Purdue picks up that win. They also beat Illinois 24-10, and in the first game of the day, they beat Michigan 17-15. Indiana with a victory over Illinois 29-5. Ohio State beats Notre Dame 26-12. Notre Dame comes right back and beats Indiana 15-12. Close one there. Ohio State beats Michigan 27-12, and Notre Dame beats Illinois 20-7. So it's Purdue with 3 wins, Ohio State and Notre Dame each with 2 wins. 1 win for Indiana. Illinois and Notre Dame's third team, both with 3 losses to lead in that unwanted categories. We're underway in half number 2. And a great pass by Rowdy Bush finding a man, and a quick strike again from Penn State. They just continue to get points early and often in halves. Austin Saplicki will down it for the 5 points.
Yeah, they are pretty dangerous off the kick, like we said. That's been a large part of their game, just punching one in early, right off the bat, getting a score, and it's only been 30 seconds into the half. So
Yeah, that was not quite as quick as the first half. They were slouching a little bit, but they did
Yeah.
come away with the 5 points in the first minute of the half nonetheless. But if you're the coach, you have to be disappointed it took about 2 times as long as in the first half. So something,
they've gotta
an
do
area of
better.
concern
Yeah,
for the Nittany Lions.
Conversion successful.
got to do better there. I
21
don't know what
nothing
else to
lead.
say.
They jump out to now is big dent in the hopes of Ohio State after that big chance near the end of the first half, but defensive hold from the Nittany Lions, and they turn it into quick strike in the second half, and they'll get a chance to kick it away, which for many teams means succeeding or ceding possession, but for Penn State it just means getting better field position often. Musselman uses his left foot, and this time it is gathered in by Ohio State. So good work by them, as couldn't quite tell who's going up for it. Maybe it was Ian Fairfield over there on the far side. Ian and his brother Connor, two of the better players on this Ohio State team. Strong tackle by Chris Mason, forcing his man back. So man, and they keep it moving. Rowdy Bush will go to the far side. That looked forward, and the referee agrees. Good call from the referee wearing purple in this game. As from our angle up in the press box, you could certainly see that that one had forward motion on it. So the play comes back. Buckeyes catch a break. Still trailing 21-0, 4.5 to go in half number 2. 4 more games after this one on tap for the day. After a quick break, it's Michigan State against Illinois, Notre Dame against Purdue, Iowa against Michigan, and Ohio State against Wisconsin. That wraps up the day's action. What a day it's been. A couple close ones, one walk-off, and Penn State continuing to show why they won last year as they go in for another try. This one brought in by Hunter White just into the game. Another 5 points for the Nittany Lions as they expand that lead to 26 with a conversion upcoming.
I mean, throughout this tournament, their point differential has led all of the teams thus far. That's where they rank number 1 with 56 as of not this match, but the last, but they will certainly be adding to that big time after this one. But yeah, again, they are just sheer dominance in this tournament. Not much of an answer from honestly any of the teams that they've played so far. So
yeah, Michigan put up a decent fight, only losing 28-12, and it looked like Ohio State was going to put up an equally impressive fight, but the Nittany Lions came out with vengeance in the second half. They've already doubled their score from the first half, and there's still 3 minutes to go. And Musselman will kick it away. The Nittany Lions, as you mentioned, coming into the game with the best point differential among all 10 teams, despite only playing 2 games. So that's about to go up by at around 28 or whatever the difference of this game ends up being. Ohio State looking to get on the board after a bad kick will set them up at midfield. Certainly for the Buckeyes, you want to find a way in this one to get some momentum. A 1-1 record is not bad at all, but points differential will matter when you're at 1-1 battling with teams like Michigan and like Wisconsin, who both have slightly better point differentials than Ohio State would. If this result holds up, that one is thrown into touch. So Penn State will gather it, and they will go quickly. Musselman waiting, offloading. Another offload by the most recent try scorer, Hunter White. White has it back, running over defenders. Leaves it behind him. juggled but gathered in. And strong running as just impossible to bring down. Ian DePrangrazio, the junior, just into the game, and Penn State getting contributions from everyone. Another try.
And again, full team effort by the Nittany Lions, and as they should, you know, everyone getting reps in. It's been quite the tournament that they've had so far. Just under a minute and a half left in this match, and already put up 33 unanswered, potentially 35 if they can make this kick, which I've jinxed it before in this tournament, so who knows.
Yeah, but you can't jinx number 10 in white. 5 for 5 on conversions in the game. 35-0 Penn State. Already with the biggest margin of victory and biggest shutout victory of the day with their 40-0 trouncing of Iowa, and on pace to get a similar result here. Should they score again, they will at least tie, and based on the way Musselman is kicking, hard to imagine they wouldn't surpass that mark. Get to 42, but of course Ohio State set to receive the kickoff. This one goes deep as White will do the kicking, and it will roll all the way into the try zone, and it's downed there. Touch and go from the Buckeyes. Ball up for grabs, whistle blows. 2 seconds on the game clock. And the referee will just blow it dead there. So final score, Penn State 35, Ohio State 0. Penn State 3-0. Ohio State suffers their first loss, dropping to 1-1. The Nittany Lions continue to look dominant on their quest to repeat as champions. That does it for the third set of round-robin games. Everyone now with at least 2 games played, some with 3.
The next game will be...
Next game set for 5:30 kickoff, so 10 minutes from now. Stay with us as we get set for the final round-robin round of today's action on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. We'll be back in 10 for that. Kick is up and underway. Michigan State taking on Illinois. 12 games down, 4 to go on the day. We'll try to get you some of the results from the previous 12 games during this one, assuming lulls in the action. Of course, tried that earlier in the day as teams decided to go on long try runs. During that time, there's a great pass, and Illinois is going to strike first. What a play, what an assist. And the Illini jump out to the first half lead. That took about 30 seconds.
You're never going to get to it, ever.
No.
This is
I
their
don't
third attempt,
strive
I
to
think?
it at this point. I'll wait till halftime.
Yeah, that was a great score right off the bat by the Illini, putting themselves up in the first 30 seconds, just running up on the edge untouched. And so Michigan State, again.
One of the sayings that some coaches like to say in a variety of sports is take a hit to make a play. And right there, that Illinois player absorbed a huge hit from the Michigan State defender before literally offloading it at possibly the very last second. And that allowed for that play to happen. So huge credit to him for taking that hit to make that play. And now Michigan State will look for a response deep inside their own territory. They've been able to go on some long try runs today, mostly courtesy of Robbie Smith. A couple from Jacob Broyles as well. So Michigan State hoping to get those guys going, but also maybe get some of their other guys going, find some new sources of offense against this Illinois team that is 0-2 on the day. So very capable matchup for Michigan State looking to get on the board. Both teams actually looking to get on the board with their first win.
Yeah, and again, defensively, Michigan State has struggled with those tackles. They can make good hits, but again, there's something about the wrap and the drive that's not doing it for them and allowing those breakthroughs, especially when they have a runner at pace. So again, just finishing off the tackles as well, which is part of what led to that first try. Illinois was able to offload it in time as well, but still goes.
Spartans backed up deep in their own territory. Maybe some space down the left side. Offload all the way out to the wing. They try to run him into touch, and they succeed. The Illini force Michigan State out of bounds and a turnover in the offensive side of the field. 4 minutes to go in the first half. 7-0 lead on that quick strike by the Illini.
What does it say for you now?
Referee has advantage, Illinois.
Illini going back now towards the middle. And we'll go back where they came from. Quickly moved right to left and then right back left to right. And it's going to work. Another try for Illinois, their second of the game, their second of the first half. 12-0 Illini.
And the Illini again using that speed off the wing. Seen it once and seen it again. They have a few quick passes out to the outside and then along the line just go in for the try. Again, not much support from the Spartans to try and mitigate that attack. They seem to chase a little too narrow and don't take a steep enough angle to try and trap that runner. So again, just kind of got burnt there a second time.
So Illinois set to kick it away. The Illini currently in last place in the Pool A standings at 0-2. Although ahead of them is Michigan State at 0-3. Of course, in rugby, you get 3 points per win and 1 point per loss. So Michigan State ahead just on the fact of playing more games. Certainly the winner of this one puts themselves in good position to either finish fourth or even potentially climb into third, depending on the results of other games. It's probably difficult to do considering you'd have to hope for Indiana losses, which are rather unlikely, but you never know. Still a lot of games left. Most teams, or every team, still with 2 games, some with 3. Purdue, Notre Dame, all needing 3 games, and this is currently Illinois' third, so after this they'll only need 2 more, but still only 2 games in the standings right now. Michigan State on the field struggling to get out of their own half. Maybe a chance here now as a penalty called against the Illini. 1:20 to go in the first half, and it's all Illinois, 14-0 lead. They're right behind Michigan State in the standings, and then there's a pretty big gap, and then it's 2 2-0 teams, Notre Dame and Purdue. They'll meet tomorrow, or they'll meet, sorry, next. They meet next, so that'll be a big one, deciding who temporarily jumps into first place in the standings. Indiana currently in first with 7 points. Illinois trying to get that third try inside the 5. Now they'll go to the far side, juggled but gathered in. A lot of space and a lot of numbers in orange, and that's good for another 5 points. Illinois up to 19 in the first half.
Yeah, good on Illinois for pushing the pace. Again, you're seeing a lot of the same things, and it's been working for them. They've been going in 1-2 passes out and then switching directions, trying to get it all the way to the wing where there's space, where they're left mostly unguarded, and it's enough to bring it home quite near every time. So well done to them.
Conversion fades wide right, but nonetheless 19 points on the board for the Illini in half number 1. So the standings right now, just to complete that thought, Indiana in first at 2-1. Second place and third place, a tie between Notre Dame and Purdue. Notre Dame currently has the point differential advantage, 40-18. Both those teams 2-0. Behind them is Michigan State at 0-3 and Illinois at 0-2. So certainly those standings about to change pending the result of this game and the next one between the 2 teams currently tied for second. As that does it for the first half. When we come back, we'll feature second half action. Michigan State looking to get on the board against Illinois, who's looking to get their first win of the day. We'll be right back. About to get set for second half action. Michigan State has, in the past, been pretty successful with scoring tries in the second half. Only 33 points for, but a good portion of those coming in half number 2 of their 3 games, looking to continue that trend. Here in this one, Illinois, of course, hoping that does not happen as they're looking for their first win of today's action. Right away, the Spartans find a space down the middle, and just like second halves before, the Spartans strike early in this second half as Michigan State is on the board. And who else but Robbie Smith to do so?
Yeah, right there for the Spartans. Again, this is the momentum that they need to push them through in this half. I mean, it's not out of the question for them to catch up, but they've really got to clean up the defense. Again, their attack is not the issue at all because they've shown a lot of promise with their attack lines. But again, just having the opportunity to get the ball is what is really needed to generate these points. And so by getting those turnovers, by forcing mistakes, that's the way that you're going to get some attack going.
Yeah, and Smith with another try. He's been all over the place for Michigan State today. He's been one of their few bright spots, consistently doing most of the scoring for the Spartans team. Kick stays inbounds. Illini will go towards the near side. They're now moving left to right on your screen. Now they go back the other way, all the way out to the left side. Dangerous pass, almost was forward, but they rule it that it was fine, and the Illini will move quick off the penalty. Another penalty. As a high tackle against Spartans. Also maybe some advantage being played out now. Or advantage was being played out. Now they will take it back to the original call. Speed for the Illini along the right side. One more offload. And another. They continue moving towards the center of the field inside the 5. Big tackle by the Spartans there, but a lot of room out wide. And Illinois will be able to waltz in for the try. Then they center it and down it. So another 5 on the board for the team in orange. They have dominated this one. They restore a 19-point lead.
Yeah, again, the Illini playing very smart, trying to push everything to the far corner and then try to squeeze the defense in. And then right as the defense is starting to crowd a little bit, they start spreading out, moving the ball the other way, and what do you know? An overload. And that entire far flank was just left completely unguarded, so they were able to nearly walk in for the try. Excellent strategy right there by the Illini.
They also convert for the extra 2 points, so they take a 21-point lead. Of course, Michigan State really struggling today and hoping things would get better against a winless Illinois team, but not yet. Look at that speed. Whoa. Great speed cutting through the gap by the Spartans, but the ball is kicked into touch. Looked like it went off Illinois last. As creating that havoc was the speed of Josiah Rosa, another one of the real dangerous players for Michigan State. We've mentioned his name a lot on the offense with a couple tries in their first loss of the day. Also had one later on. Him and Smith have done really almost all the work for Michigan State on the offense today. Of course, their defense not really up to snuff right now, allowing a very high 114 points against, and that's not even playing against a team like Penn State, who leads the way with 103 points for. We most likely will not see that matchup unless it's a playoff matchup. But with the way Penn State's rolling, hard to believe they won't get the bye in round number 1. Haven't officially clinched it yet, but the only team in Pool B with 3 wins, they'd have to lose out, and Ohio State, Michigan, or Wisconsin would have to win out, and points differential would have to come into play. So a long way to go for any of the other teams. So looking good for the Nittany Lions. The line out goes awry as Matt Onufrau out of Houston, Texas, could not get it to his teammate. Chase down tackle attempt. Whoa, dangerous near the uprights. And what a play. A real good defensive play. A knock-on called, I believe. No try. A Michigan State scrum. Claire, what a defensive play that was.
Absolutely. Again, it looked like Illinois was going to go in for another try, but right as the last second, the Spartans are able to force a turnover, force a knock-on, and so they will get this one pretty deep into their own territory, but hey, better than some more points on the board.
Yeah, possession is possession. They'll certainly take that. A lot of field to go, but score remains 26-5. MSU considers a kick, but opts not to go for it just yet. Set up an offense. That was Geronimo Balesti, who was kind of directing traffic, number 3 in black and green. Balesti has it again with a fake and some space. One broken tackle before he's brought down from behind. Under 30 seconds to play in this one. Michigan State continuing to get stifled right now by this Illinois defense, very high intensity defense deep in MSU territory. But give it to the fast guy. Rosa just beats his man to the touch line. Still on his feet. Trying hard to stay in bounds and failing to do so. Brilliant track back tackle as Rosa got around 2 guys before being brought down. He's still down. Not feeling so great after taking that hit. Trying to get up with some help from the line judge and his coach. Now he'll go to the ground again. Michigan State completes a last-second sub. Time has expired in the game. So it'll be Illinois picking up their first win, moving to 1-2. Michigan State drops to 0-4 and all but clinches the last seed. Overall, they would need Iowa to lose their final game to Michigan by about 50 points, more than 50 points actually, which would be the biggest win of the day. Michigan doesn't even have 50 points in 2 games played combined, so last seed overall for Michigan State. Illinois puts themselves on the map. There's a good tackle from behind by that Illinois player. It's given away. We have a whistle blown for a penalty.
Penalty for Illinois. Putting the ball on the ground.
In the other division, of course, Penn State pretty much locked up the 1 seed. Iowa at 0-3, pretty much the 5 in that division. But the other 3 teams all 1-1, so still a lot to decide. That's in Pool B. The last 2 games of the day in that pool, Iowa against Michigan, Ohio State, and Wisconsin. So that game to conclude our action today between 2 of those 1-1 teams. Arguably 2 of the closest matched. So Ohio State, strong team, did lose their last one pretty big to Penn State. There's a try for the Spartans as they get in for the 2nd time in the game to wrap this one up. So again, a really strong second half team. Offensively, they are just can't keep the ball out of their own try zone consistently, or at all really today.
Yeah, absolutely, and a great one to punch in at the end of this match. The final score turns to be 26-12.
Certainly a respectable effort by Michigan State, especially having fallen behind 19-0 at halftime.
For sure, and Illinois gets their first win of the day.
Yeah, big one for them for a multitude of reasons. Came into the game with just 14 points more than doubled that with the 26 spot. Coming up in 2 minutes, Notre Dame takes on Purdue in a battle of two undefeated teams, so stay with us. That should be a good one when we come back. Notre Dame ball in hand, taking on Purdue. Purdue undefeated, but their first real test of the day is their wins have come against Illinois and Michigan State. So they have a tough upcoming schedule with games against Indiana and Notre Dame. Notre Dame 2-0 with a 40-point differential right now. Purdue with a plus 18 differential, only 28 points against. So a strong defensive showing by them right now. Jackson Graham with a tackle from behind for the Irish. Notre Dame picked up a walk-off win, the only walk-off of the day for any team in any game in today's action, beating Indiana in the last game that they played, 24-19 the final.
Yeah, absolutely. That was an impressive win by the Irish because IU had been so strong all tournament and historically have been one of the top teams in the Big Ten. So excellent win for the Irish there. But again, they face another Purdue team that is undefeated and has also won their, I guess, point differential as well. So.
Yeah, doesn't get much easier for the Irish as the second straight game they'll be facing off against an undefeated team. Teza with a little bit of room on the right side with a stiff arm. Can he get the edge? Tried to be brought down from behind, but it's unsuccessful, and Notre Dame strikes first.
Yeah.
Cam Teza, the long run for 5.
Again, it's tough right there, especially when you're on the chase, when the ball carrier has so much speed like Teza does. Again, it's difficult, especially when you're up so close. Not quite an angle, a little bit of a reach arm tackle, if you will, but that is just not enough to get the job done and bring him to ground. So excellent job there for securing the try.
And a successful conversion from a difficult angle. Wow, Colin Artis got a fortunate bounce off the upright and got it to go. So Irish take a 7-0 lead. Cam Teza, the senior out of New Jersey, playing in his final games as a Notre Dame rugby player. All the seniors out here today, pretty much wrapping up their seasons, their careers at the collegiate level. Everyone wrapping up their seasons. That's what's so nice about 7-on-7. It's a nice, more casual environment perhaps than the 15-on-15 action in the fall, but still competitive nonetheless. Is obviously the Big Ten championship on the line today. Packard will try to find a friend, but went between 3 intended targets and none of them went for it. It goes out of bounds into touch. So Purdue takes over on the turnover. Boilermakers looking to get on the board for the first time in this game. Their last game before this one was a 31-14 victory over Michigan State. Notre Dame coming off that electrifying walk-off win. Here's Patrick Jennings. Tackled on a strong tackle. Well done in pursuit by Wes Stevens in black. Graham to Packard, who will dipsy doodle around before he's driven back with authority. That's a strong tackle from Mafutuna, who's been an effective player for Purdue in this game. Artis with a kick ahead, catching the defense too linear, but he can't corral it. Knocks it on. Purdue playing with advantage here as Artis nearly broke free, but the ball disagreed.
And very lucky for the Boilermakers there as they commit a knock-on of their own.
And McKenzie's gonna dive in for the try. So good offload from Graham, I think that was, to McKenzie. And Notre Dame double dips. They lead 12-0.
So right there off of another turnover, the Irish is able to capitalize very quickly and put themselves up by 12. They have a kick from another steep angle on the way, but they managed to make the first one.
Yeah, this will be a very difficult angle, but Artis has shown from the other side, that one not quite. 1 for 2 from the spots he's kicked from. Way better than you'd think.
Yeah, both very tough spots, but 500 isn't bad.
Nice catch, nice kick, coach.
Clock ticks down to about 2 minutes to go in the first half. Notre Dame with a strong start in this battle of undefeated teams. Notre Dame with the impressive win over Indiana, both teams having beat Michigan State already. Purdue's other win coming against Illinois, who just picked up their first win of the day. Pass is blocked by Packard, but a whistle stops play as he tried to kick it ahead and run onto it.
Purdue. Intentional.
Purdue will take that one. Get reset on the offense. John Kustra, the captain. He's a sophomore captaining this team. Some experience for this Boilermakers team, but in general, a lot of younger guys. Pretty spread out between the grade levels, and obviously with a sophomore captain, they really like what they see from John Kustra. And they also must like what they see on the run by Ethan Miller, who shows off his speed into the try zone in Purdue, cuts into the lead on a last-minute try in half number 1.
Yeah, another punch score there for the Boilermakers, finding the gap in the Irish defense and going right ahead for the try. The Irish didn't have much of a response there, and so they give themselves a nice conversion coming up to put themselves within 1 possession heading into the second half.
The kick is up and perfect. That one through the uprights from Kustra. So 12-7. Purdue with a huge score to cut into the Irish lead. Under 15 to play in the first half. So Purdue will look to do something with their kickoffs. We've seen a couple teams really effective on the kicks. This one goes a little bit deeper. Packard brings it in. Artis with an offload. It ends up back in Packard's hands. A little bit of confusion over on the touch line. Purdue playing with some advantage, as it looked like Notre Dame's Drake Schaffner was out of bounds, but they keep playing. Miller off to Brendan Ryan. Picked up by Mafutuna. He's tackled. Time has expired in the half. 5-point lead for Notre Dame. Kustra lays it off to Mafutuna. Couple cutbacks. Still on his feet. Offloads it before he could be taken down. Notre Dame with advantage and possession. Jackson Graham to the right side. Jennings tries to move. He's wrestled down. That's a great defensive play by Austin Breidenthal.
Notre Dame still has the advantage here.
Good catch, Claire. They are still playing with advantage. And now the referee will blow his whistle.
They're going to call the high tackle that was committed by Purdue. So Purdue is back 10 all the way to just before the 22.
Graham tries to hit Jennings, who pounces on it. Keeps it moving. Teza and Packard both there. Packard to Teza, trying to split the gap up the middle. Overhand offload to Schaffner.
And they will call the forward pass.
But it was forward, good catch. As the overhead attempt had some forward momentum to it, and that's going to do it for the first half. An exciting first half of action. Both teams get on the board, but it's Notre Dame with a 5-point lead after 7 minutes of play. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, get set for an exciting second half here on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. Purdue going to kick it away to Notre Dame to start half number 2, down 5 points. It's been an exciting day of rugby here on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. I'm Charlie Morris, joined by my partner Claire DeMeo, Sam Ohaj, and Nick Ruthraff behind the scenes doing amazing work as always. 13 games done, 1 in progress, 2 more to come. Iowa and Michigan, Ohio State and Wisconsin still on tap for the rest of the day. Following that up, tomorrow, starting with a 10 a.m. kickoff between Indiana and Purdue, followed by Notre Dame and Illinois. Penn State and Wisconsin, Michigan and Ohio State wrapping up the pool play action in the Big Ten tournament. After that, tomorrow it's a quick break and a knock on here as Artis was struggling with it and ended up moving it forward, trying to pick it up off the ground. After those games tomorrow morning, there's a long break, or a quick break, depending on your conception of time, before 12 p.m., which is when the playoffs begin. The 10 seed against the 7th seed, so the 10 seed looking like it's going to be Michigan State. Could still be Iowa theoretically, but Michigan State 0-4 with a negative 95 points differential is going to be tough to be worse than. Of course, everything beyond that still very much so up for grabs. Even the first seed overall still very much up for grabs. There's a seriously nice ankle tackle and a steal. What a brilliant play by the Notre Dame player on the far side, saving a try and then stealing it away. As just like that, it could have been a tie game, but instead it's Notre Dame possession.
Attack it, Tom! Go, Jackson!
Jackson Graham looking to break free, brought down from behind, flips it in the direction of Schaffner, but it's off his hands. They rule a knock-on as I think the Purdue player accidentally moved it forward trying to get that ball up off the ground.
So it looks like Purdue will take the scrum.
You're right, it was a knock-on against the Irish actually, so inside good territory. Purdue looking to tie this game up and potentially more. going for the scrum between the 10-meter and the 22-meter lines in Notre Dame's side of the field. Right by the near side touchline as well, so they'll move it towards the middle. Boilermakers looking to find a way. They found a way to win 2 games already by a grand total of 18 points, so pretty close scores for them, and another close one here. Offload, cutback move, strong tackle, as it was almost a break for Wes Stevens, but he couldn't quite get across, and now they do. Tie game as Purdue finds a way to score the try.
And Purdue, off that scrum, was able to get some offense going. Again, taking it phase by phase, some really powerful runs up the far side. Notre Dame worn down a bit by those phases. But it's a tie game here. It's really anyone's game. Notre Dame will be receiving the kick, and so they have an opportunity.
Conversion attempt is going to be short, so the game stays tied. Kind of a big deal. Notre Dame's got off to a strong start, 12 straight points to start the game, but it's 12 unanswered since for Purdue. 12-12 in half number 2. Again, Notre Dame was in a tie game in the second half in their last one against Indiana. Almost set us up for a sudden death overtime period, but not to be, as Notre Dame scored a last play walk-off after the time had expired in half number 2. Long way to go in this one, but certainly on the top of your mind right now in a tie game with 3 minutes to go. Irish possess. Purdue with the last 12 points in the game.
Notre Dame has strength, and they have speed right here.
A little bit of miscommunication between Artis and Packard. Strong tackle on McKenzie, who gets right back up like nothing happened. Purdue's defense very stingy in this one, very stingy overall. They have been 28 points allowed in their first 2 games. Certainly staying at around that pace so far in this one. Notre Dame, a very patient offense though. Certainly willing to play the long game. Try to get some points as Packard is going to kick it ahead. Chasing it down and battling and losing the battle. Good work on the back pursuit by Purdue's Ethan Miller, who had their first try of the game.
Notre Dame is pushing them back right now.
Schaffner in a battle with the ball carrier, Mafutuna.
Get him out of there, buddy! Get him out of there, buddy! Hold on, just stop there and watch him.
Missed pass, but it's corralled in by the Boilermakers.
Purdue is being seriously backed up right now. They're trying to find space on the wing.
And they will. A little bit of room for Mike Murphy, who's in the game. Haven't seen much of Sean O'Donnell, who had a hat trick in their first win. All 3 tries for the Boilermakers in that 15-14 decision, showing off his speed, but currently not in the game. You have to wonder what happened to him. And if you're a Purdue fan, hopefully nothing too serious. Packard now, as Notre Dame's got the ball. Numbers on the left side. Artis off to McKenzie. And Notre Dame leads on the try. A minute to go and they take the 5-point lead.
Yeah, strong running there by the Irish, trying to muscle their way in. They got the turnover in great field position, and from there able to translate that into points. Good on Purdue for keeping pressure all the way into the try zone, though, because this will set up a steeper kick, although I guess that's what they've been faced with all day. So
yeah, Artis no stranger to these tough angle kicks.
Yeah, nothing new there.
Got good wood on it, but ends up missing well to the left. So Notre Dame takes the lead, but certainly not over yet. Purdue just 1 try away from a tie and a conversion potentially for the win. So Notre Dame's defense going to have to step up big. They want to hold on to this lead. Purdue
Absolutely.
set to receive the kickoff.
They have to remain disciplined, but apply pressure as a full unit. And for Purdue, they can't panic. They have to stay composed here, make the right decisions, find the gaps. It's really anyone's game. So we'll see what happens in these next few sequences.
Artis will kick it deep down the middle. So Purdue will have a lot of field to go. Time officially over in the game. Purdue needs a score on this possession. Working it up the near side. Flipped on back towards the middle. Tackle by McKenzie on Breidenthal. Ball is loose. Irish pick it up. They were playing with advantage. Artis will kick it out, and that will do it. Notre Dame with their second straight late half victory, clinching a win 17-12. Their second straight game coming down to the wire, and the Irish come out on top. Good effort from Purdue, Claire, but it was Notre Dame's willingness and ability to force that turnover and put it in. Patrick McKenzie, the game-winning try.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this game really came down to the wire, and both teams just vying for any sort of ground to gain. And it really just came over to the turnover battle. That is what was the deciding factor, allowing Notre Dame to get another score off of that mistake within the 22 for Purdue. So well done to the Irish for being able to capitalize, and they remain undefeated in this tournament. Purdue goes to 2-1, which is really, it's not bad. It's not bad at all. And again, there's a whole other day of tournament play too, so it is certainly not over for the Boilermakers.
Yeah, they're poising themselves to be a pretty decent seed. Notre Dame, of course, set now to be a very high seed. Still one game to play for the Irish. Still one game to play for every team in that division now, except for Michigan State, who has the bye during the next segment. Michigan on the field against their opponents, Iowa, who have transitioned to the white uniforms, so a change of style for the Hawkeyes, looking to change their fortunes and pick up their first win. Certainly looking to increase their offensive output, only 36 points for in 3 games. It's the second lowest points for in the entire group, and the only other team with less is Ohio State, who's only played 2 games. Buckeyes with 24 points for. Off the initial kickoff, it's the Hawkeyes who recover and begin up the field. That's a very strong run. Is just refusing to go down is El Boutari. Iowa now to this near side. They'll try a little drop pass play. Michigan trying a counter ruck and succeeding, it looks like. And yes, turnover. Michigan takes the possession. The Wolverines will look to go the other way. That pass is blocked, batted up and backward and into Wolverine hands. Or Wolverine paws, I guess I should say. Tackle on Vartanian, who had a strong game his last time out. Scoring a try for the Wolverines again in their victory against Wisconsin. That was a long time ago. That was almost 3 hours ago. So it's been a while since the Wolverines have gotten into game action. So hoping that that rest pays dividends for them. Vartanian again, but he's wrestled down by a couple of white bodies, including one who forces it free. What a play by Iowa's Landon Samiel, who is a senior out of Iowa. Again, a lot of local talent on this Hawkeyes team. Referee blows his whistle to bring the play back. Just 2 minutes into the first half, still no score. Second to last game of the day.
And if you've been with us all day, we are entering hour 6, or we're in hour 6 of our rugby tournament day. So if you've been with us for a while, thanks for sticking around.
Illinois and Indiana kicked off the day back at 1 p.m. this afternoon with a Indiana victory. And Michigan's going to get on the board first. A long try run right down the middle.
Try for the Wolverines.
Wolverines strike, and it's 5-0. Shea Loughnane, the junior out of Westwood, Massachusetts, did the honors.
And right there, opening up scoring. A nice dance around to try and find the gap. Iowa's going to have to start making adjustments.
Yeah, just a nice fake pass from Loughnane to set up the space.
Conversion will be successful.
Conversion is successful, so 7-0 is the lead. Michigan a good start to this one. Iowa again coming into the game winless, looking to avoid dropping to 0-4. Assuming they do not lose by a sizable margin, they will avoid dropping all the way to the 10 seed. Michigan State, the other team with no wins yet on the day. They're 0-4 with a negative 95-point differential. Iowa currently sits at negative 59. So they would have to lose by 36 to tie, 37 to clinch the last seed. Long way from that, though. Certainly they believe they can win this game, let alone not lose by such a wide margin, but they're going to have to get on the board at some point. Right now, Michigan's defense is swarming. That looked like a forward pass, and it is called so by the referee. So turnover by the Hawkeyes. Michigan ball. 2:40 to go in the first half, and the Wolverines with a 7-0 lead.
So another scrum here. The Wolverines will have an opportunity off a set play.
Ball is fed through and picked up by Michigan. Ounsley off to Vartanian, who has a little bit of room and is going to try to take it himself. Bounces off a hit, and Dolphin dives into the try zone. An aesthetic try for Michigan, another for them in this half.
Yeah, quite the theatrics going on here. But yeah, excellent play there. Again, they had a lot of space, so a lot of room to try and find a gap, and that they did.
I have to imagine that may hurt a little bit, diving out like that from such a jump. But you know, these players deal with a lot. I'm sure that landing on your forearms and knees on a jump is nothing compared to being involved in those scrums and rucks and all those hits. So fair enough if you want to celebrate a try like that, especially in the Big Ten championships.
Why
You're not going to get me complaining about it. You're just going to get me wondering if that's viable on the forearms. 14-0. The conversion is good to officially double the lead for Michigan. Just 1 minute remaining in the half. Iowa needing something quick. Really have struggled to score points today. As mentioned, only 36 points for in their 3 games. 12 points a game is not going to win you very many rugby games, even if it is just a 7-on-7 or 7-minute, 2 7-minute halves, 14-minute total game. Doesn't sound like a lot, but with how fast-paced it is, there is a lot of offense. And good defense out wide, and Michigan is fired up, as that was Luke Zanna on the force out on the ball carrier. Draven Wells, who disgruntledly looked skyward as he knew he was close to the touchline and did end up going out of bounds. So a line out coming for Michigan in no rush to execute it. Loughnane, the first try scorer, is going to be the one who throws it in. Corralled by his teammate. And they turn it into a quick score. Wow. Loughnane just rumbles into the try zone. A give and go off the line out and just caught by nobody. A late half try, and Lochnean's got 2 of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, just making a cut, taking the right angle through, and yeah, not much of a defensive response there by the Hawkeyes. So the Wolverines go up 19 heading into this next half. And a few adjustments there.
Yeah, speaking of adjustments, Iowa will certainly have to make those. Dominant first half from Michigan. When we return, we'll get set for the second half. Just 3 halves to go on today's action on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. Stick with us for the second half coming right up.
I'm watching it. I couldn't tell. Yeah. It looked like it went through, didn't it? Bro, literally went like this, bro. Like how about you hold it up?
Yeah, he did it for the other one too.
Just do. It's like, bro, we're trying to see. Bro probably does this.
And it's right by the varsity.
On a miss, bro definitely sticking.
Yeah, it's really for me. Although
Come on. If Detroit sells my parlay, I'm gonna be very, very angry.
the building's up.
Yeah, it's a little risky, but I believe. I don't know who's making the playoffs, but unfortunately,
And then
I
Jackie would pick me up and said, "Where's the hotel?" Like, I don't know. Like, there's a building in front of me.
Washington's in the 2 in Tampa right
It's
now.
just me. And then
First, wow. Okay. Apps are 37, 31, and 11. 5 points. 1 behind
I know, but I
Pittsburgh.
might handle the
For
relay.
the wild card spot.
screen.
At this point, you're not catching the Islanders.
It was hilarious. Is it if because you fly here,
Yeah, I turned mine off, so it must be the
hotels and stuff?
field mic.
Yeah, Marriott. Oh, yeah, there's a few of them. I mean, I just go normally. Marriott, I get a bunch of points.
You know, you can leave ours on, because we'll turn them off when we go to
Yeah, I
break.
mean,
But the main mic, like the one that sticks out the window, that might catch up on some. Okay. The press box is empty right now. Just 3 of us. Oh, does Notre Dame not play one today? There's only one more game. I am ready to go.
.21 of rugby action to go here today. One more half between these 2 teams on the field. Iowa trailing Michigan 21-0. Iowa at an 0-3 mark. Michigan looking to win their second game, moving to 2-1 and putting themselves in control of the second seed in Pool B. Pool A's action wrapped up for the day. Notre Dame, the only team in the division with 3 wins. They were 3-0. Indiana, 2-1 with a higher point differential, if that were to come into play later. Purdue also 2-1 at a +13. Illinois 1-2, and Michigan State 0-4. The last 2 games of the day involve teams in Pool B. These 2 battling it out. Right now, Iowa looking to get into the win column, but more likely than not, they will be ending up either a 9 or a 10 seed, depending on how bad the score of this one ends up being. Ball is bouncing a lot on Ounsley, who's trying to rush to it and down it, and they will give it to him, as he does get the early try, reaching that bouncing ball and slamming it onto the ground despite maybe not having possession, but did enough for the 5 points.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, right off the bat, another quick try to extend the lead.
Certainly something we're seeing no shortage of today is first-minute tries by a host of teams, regardless of half as well. First half, second half doesn't really seem to matter, as we've seen Penn State do it a lot. We've seen Michigan State do it at the start of second halves. We've seen Michigan do it again today. We've seen Notre Dame do it. But most of these teams have managed that early half try, and certainly sets a good tone for that team in the half and the game overall. So Michigan with the score from Ounsley, and they take a 4-try lead. The conversion attempt was no good, so it remains 26-0. Michigan set to kick it away with 5:20 to go in the second half. Last game of the day, Ohio State, Wisconsin. That's just following this. That's going to be it for the action today, but join us again at 10 a.m. tomorrow as the final set of round-robin games take place. Indiana, Purdue, Notre Dame, Illinois in Pool A, and in Pool B, Penn State, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio State. So 4 more games of round-robin play tomorrow before we get set for playoffs. So a lot still to decide in this Big Ten Sevens Championship. Penn State, the winners last year. Indiana, the runners-up. So a lot to look forward to. Penn State certainly looks like they are primed for another run at the championship. Indiana with the second best points differential, but did suffer that loss to Notre Dame, dropping them to 2-1. The Irish, a surprise 3-0 team for sure. They're having a strong spring, but not known for being able to keep up with teams like Indiana, but managed to come away with the win earlier today.
Yeah, they played a very methodical game, and then obviously walking it off in the last bit right there. Definitely a highlight for them of this tournament.
Yeah, we'll look to see if they can continue that success. Of course, very tough to win no matter which team you are in such a competitive conference, and 10 teams here vying for one championship. Michigan looking to improve their chances, trying to add on to their second half lead. They'll go towards the far side. It's a good tackle on the wing by the Hawkeyes. They try a counter ruck, but it's prevented. Powerful run inside the 5. Trying to get to the flank before going into touch, and succeeding are the Wolverines. So another try for them. Maybe Tommy Hammond, number 7 in blue, the one to punch it across for the 5 points. Hard to tell on the far side of the field who exactly managed to get it in. But if it is Hammond, it's his first of the day. And Michigan's 5th of the game. Conversion is good too. Wow, what a kick.
That was impressive.
Whoa, we've seen plenty of tough angle kicks, and that's the most recent. As that one from basically no angle finds a way through the uprights, and even in a 33-0 game, you could see the happiness on the face of the kicker over there on the far side. So
absolutely, it's always a win when you can grab one from a tough angle.
Yeah, look at him celebrate on the far side, the right side of your screen there. Hopefully you caught that, as it was worth the watch. Ball is kicked into touch. Line out coming up for Iowa. 2 minutes to play in this one.
Yeah, and credit to Michigan for getting up on that kick early. Had they kicked that maybe a little bit more inward, they could have maybe run up the score a little bit more.
Yeah, and of course, it does matter, as Iowa just needs to avoid losing by 46. I had said 36 earlier, but it's actually 46. If they lose by 44 or less, they will maintain the 9th overall seed as opposed to the 10th. Certainly looks like a loss is the most likely outcome, but now they're just looking to get on the board. Some room and some green grass ahead for Daniel Ports. He had been cut off his angle, but still a very strong run getting it into Michigan territory. Trying to break free now is Austin Stanley before he's brought down. Ball's picked up by Coville. Coville gets it back. He's brought down. Gets some help from Drew Snyder on the far side, on the near side. But penalty called. And just like that, Michigan will take over possession as they are working on this shutout with 40 seconds to go.
And so an unfortunate turnover by the Hawkeyes as they tried to get on the board as that ball sails way into touch.
Yeah, it definitely went more sideways than forwards for Michigan there. Not exactly what they were looking for in terms of ground gained. Iowa continues to make some substitutions. Move the personnel around. Line out upcoming for the Wolverines. Time ticking away in this one. All academic here, just a matter of score at this point. Officially at 0 now, so next dead ball will ice it. Iowa will try to get on the board. Before that happens, Michigan just hoping to get this one over with. Move to 2-1 with a very positive point differential. Catch on the near side and run by Tanner Toos.
Michigan's playing very well on defense. Again, taking it phase by phase. There's a bit of an overload on the wing. Let's see what they can do.
Yeah, you mentioned it. A little bit of room on the left side as Austin Stanley trying for room. Eventually, he's brought down close to the 22. Decent little offensive possession right now for Iowa. They continue to move it towards now the near side. Tews comes in to help his teammate. Long offensive possession at the end of this game. See what Iowa can do there. There's a spin move. Wow, that was nice. And the try is scored by Stanley after spinning his way out of a hit to get Iowa on the board.
And there you go. Again, credit to Michigan. They played very well on that last drive there, but Iowa finding space on the room and powering it in. This will be another tough angle for the conversion kick.
Yeah, at this point, the conversion kick irrelevant as points differential won't come into play anymore.
Yep.
Iowa has clinched the 9 seed. Michigan State clinched the 10th seed. Michigan State now sets up to play at noon against the 7 seed. That takes place tomorrow. 12:20 is when Iowa will play the number 8 seed. Of course, Michigan State will play the 7. Still a lot to be decided in that case, so no idea who's going to get those 2 seeds, but that's going to do it for this one. We've got just one game to go between Michigan and between Ohio State and Wisconsin. So stay with us after this short break, and when we come back, we'll get you the last game of the day.
Sure? You need more water. Gatorade for tomorrow? Because we brought 2 cases over there, but maybe a couple more cases, but no more fruit. No. What about granola bars? Need more of those? All right, do this. If you guys need it, tell Connor and Ian and have them text us. If you do, tell Connor and Ian and have them text us. Go boys! Go boys! Go boys! Go boys!
Jets win 7-0. Bang.
We're just about set for our final game. Wisconsin will kick it away to Ohio State. Ohio State has changed into gray uniforms, or they're wearing gray. They wore red at one point. They've also worn gray already today. And speaking of quick strikes at the start of the half, the Buckeyes, in just 15 seconds, score first.
And they have made their presence known. Their fans traveling pretty well, too.
Yeah, very well. Large collection of Ohio State fans below us. It's pretty much filtered out for the most part with the home team, the Fighting Irish, having already played their final game of the day, but a couple visitors still there, and Ohio State fans well represented among them. A lot of red bucket hats in attendance.
But yeah, a lot of first kick. Is that what we want to call it?
Kickoff.
Kickoff tries.
Quick strike tries. No matter what you
Absolutely.
want to say, you know what we're talking about. In less than a minute, and in often cases less than 30 or 40 seconds. That one took just 15 to get all the way through into the try zone.
And like you said, starting with a strike first, taking that strike, and then
Building off of it.
adjusting it. Yeah.
So now the Buckeyes will kick it away. It's a high kick. In and out of the hands of the Wisconsin intended target, Zach Cam. So Ohio State with possession, already with 7 points on the board, and they'll take their time. As backtracking a bit is Connor Fairfield. Now Chris Mason has his shirt tugged. They're trying to bring him into touch, but he manages to go down before that was possible. Fairfield to O'Kennedy. Now Rezirene. They go back the other way now. Fancy offload from Fairfield. And an offload to nobody. Miscommunication as Markson tried to find his teammate, but instead just underhanded it out of bounds. And so a defensive hold for Wisconsin. A quick ball movement by the Buckeyes, but give credit to the Wisconsin defense for not losing their shape, not losing their formation, and standing strong and forcing that misplay. 4:30 to go in the first half. Last game of the day. Final reminder on what has transpired for us today. Notre Dame and Penn State both 3-0 in their respective pools. Indiana, Purdue also 2-1. Michigan as well, a third 2-1 team after their last victory. Wisconsin and Ohio State, the last teams to play their third game. Both them sitting at 1-1. Illinois at 1-2. And Michigan State at 0-4 to wrap up the Pool A standings. Iowa 0-4 has already clinched the 9th seed overall.
Wisconsin with room.
Yeah, a little bit of room. Wisconsin looking to move to 2-1. Of course, Buckeyes looking to do the same. It's a good game for the last game of the day between two pretty equally matched teams, both sitting at a 500 record coming into the day, coming into the game. Good corral there by Wisconsin's Carter Bell. Very, very patient Wisconsin attack. Offload bounces backwards, stays in bounds though for DePalm. DePalm all the way on the near side near us, the right sideline. Dodge tackle from Andrew Kozier, he's tackled, but offloads it effectively. What a brilliant pass to Vasconcelos, who has a lot of room. He's being caught from behind, but he finds his man. And that's gonna be a try for the Badgers. What a brilliant passing play, and it ends up with Zach Cam, the senior out of Grey Shot, England, who scores and gets Wisconsin on the board.
And so Wisconsin coming storming through. They respond with a try of their own after Ohio State opened up with their own try.
And so teams trading tries here in the first bit of the first half. Conversion is good to tie the game, 7-7. Over on the JV side of things, action has concluded for the day. The last three games of the day, Indiana picking up a 27-10 win over Notre Dame. Ohio State shuts out Purdue by 26. And Notre Dame's second team clinches a 31-12 victory over Michigan. So Notre Dame's JV team, their top JV team, the only one of the bunch with 4 wins. They're 4-0. 3 wins for Ohio State and Purdue. 2 wins for Indiana. And Illinois, Michigan, and Notre Dame's third team all winless after the first bit of round-robin games. They, too, will play some more tomorrow starting at 10 a.m. That's on Ricky Fields, which is right behind us, we're currently on Stinson Rugby Field, where the Ohio State Buckeyes are looking to score, but they get to the 22 before they're called for the penalty. And
now they're going to call back the forward pass.
Referee not a friend, not really appealing to the Ohio State crowd in attendance, a mix of some JV players and some fans. Certainly displeased with the officiating up to this point.
Yeah, they let that one go for a while. They let that one play out because now they're calling it back.
Yeah, long advantage for sure. Out of the scrum, the Buckeyes take it, and they'll try to move towards the right side of the field, the far side. Fairfield tackled, good tackle.
Yeah, waited a little too long to try and make the pass, ended up just going down into contact, but it won't matter.
Mason spins, gets up, and scores! What an effort and a go-ahead try. Chris Mason, the junior.
Absolutely, and again, speaks to needing that support because, you know, it's one thing to make the tackle, but then you gotta get up and finish off with that ruck, and unfortunately, he was able to just get up and go in for the try. So fortunate for the Buckeyes, unfortunate for the Badgers. And Ohio State goes up 12-7 now.
Yeah, and a straight ahead conversion. Hugo Kennedy lines it up and boots it through to complete the 7-point play. Might be, looks like they will not roll halftime yet. Clock shows 0, but the try was scored with enough time left in the half that the referee has not awarded halftime just yet. So stick with us, as Ohio State will have to kick it off. O'Kennedy gets a new ball from the sideline. Taking his time, of course, time irrelevant now with 0 seconds left in the half. Ohio State by 7 in this battle of the 1-1 teams. High kick, a lot of potential on it. Bounces into the hands of the Badgers. Emilio DePalm was able to corral it. Bryce Quinton now with some room. Catches the defender flat-footed, trying to get to the side, and a great chase down tackle. Well done by Reziren on the back check. And that will do it for the first half as the Buckeyes take a 7-point lead into the halftime break. We're going to take a quick one and be back in about a minute or two for the final 7 minutes of action here today. Ohio State 14, Wisconsin 7. Good finish coming up.
Final half of rugby on the day. Gotta come up. Just want to thank everybody for coming by. Hope it was a good event. Looking forward to seeing you guys tomorrow.
Thank you.
Buy our merch.
Are they free?
First time we ever saw them.
Hudson was there? We didn't play them though, right?
No, we didn't play them. But we had to play them in the championship game, so yeah, so we scoped them out.
Everyone's got to have goal. Dude, I was talking to our...
Yeah, just a little late. I'm not opposed to the sleep in the 11-7. I'd be good with the 10-6. Ezekiel Elliott. Something like that.
Is he still wearing his costume?
No, I think they banned. Boy, they don't like the guys.
Well, he's trying to get some weight on his stomach, so I think he's not.
No, he has gained weight.
He's like a...
Okay, but anyway, but Ethan, he is not as bad as like anyway.
He got very depressed.
All you would do is millions of dollars.
Yeah, well, that's also
Let's go, bud!
Yep, I'm ready to go.
Honestly, bro, would you buy ice cream? No, absolutely not. I would be a terrible.
You would be an excellent.
I would be a terrible. I'm not gonna be the one that calls everything.
Team's just about to get set to begin second half play. Wisconsin down 7, but set to receive the opening kickoff. Just 7 minutes remaining in our action today. Action returns tomorrow at 10, so stick around.
Second half is underway.
That kick is bobbled, but goes into touch. Couldn't quite tell who went off of last. See what the referee decides. He, of course, had a much better vantage point than I. It looks like it will be a line out coming for Ohio State. So the Buckeyes start with possession, forcing the turnover right away on the kick. Line out is short and not straight. So a break there for the Badgers. I guess they have not ruled it is not straight. They have instead called an infraction against Wisconsin. So Ohio State actually the ones who catch the break. Trying to take advantage of that. Spinning down is one of the Fairfield brothers, that being Connor. Couple fakes from Fairfield there, considering his options before going down. Penalty called. Quick tap and go from Connor Fairfield. Sneaky awful, but it's given away. And space down the left side. A lot of room for the Badgers. Joe Coach, can he get in?
He's going to go all the way.
He will. A long try. And a game-changing moment. Wisconsin cuts the deficit to 2.
Plus, they have the kick on the way. That was excellent right there. Little sneaky move, getting the ball back off the Ohio State turnover and just taking it up the side, untouched, all the way to the house, like you said. And it is a 2-point game as it stands. But again, little bit of a tough angle for the kick. Nothing we haven't seen before. But we'll see if they're able to tie it just now.
Kick is up and no good, so kind of an important deal. Got to give credit to the Ohio State backs playing on the far side who hustled all the way over to make it so that Koch could not get in to the middle of the try zone. Good back pressure, forcing the poor conversion angle and eventually the miss.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, they definitely took that angle, and it was a good one. But again, just it's much easier sprinting down the line, and so unfortunately just not quite catching up. But they made an incredible effort to try and save that and at least pressure Wisconsin to put the ball down further away so they could miss that conversion.
Yeah, certainly helped keep the Buckeyes in the lead. They'll now get a touch and go from midfield, looking to add on now that their lead is only 2. Certainly the large number of Ohio State fans right below us in the bleachers, a little bit more tense now. Certainly looked like they were well on their way to taking a 2-score lead before the turnover and the score. And now there's a huge battle for it. You get a whistle blown. Claps over on the Wisconsin bench, and for good reason as they force the turnover, but we have a Badger down with 3:20 to go in the half. And not getting up is Jackson Trotter. Clock stops with 3:15 to play.
I have stopped the clock.
Oh my God, you're so funny. You were awesome. Thank you.
Our guy with the nice accent had to leave, so he couldn't bring himself to stay for Michigan and Ohio State. To be honest, I don't really blame
Trotter gets to his feet and is able to walk off on his own power. A good sign for Wisconsin, obviously in a very close game here. Could go either way. Don't want to see one of your starters go down like that. Clock is back on, game is back moving, and Connor Fairfield with an interception. Spinning, rolling, and he scores the try. What a brilliant effort from Fairfield.
Yeah, absolutely. And right there, it can happen so quick. Excellent effort, especially getting down there as he's being tackled, just rolling into the try zone, placing the ball and extending that lead. The Buckeyes are now up 19-12.
A little bit of an errant pass from Quinton, setting up that rush from Fairfield, who of course had the turnover himself, leading to Wisconsin's try to get them back in the game. So that had to feel good for the senior out of Cleveland. Conversion sneaks in the right upright, just barely curled in, but box score will tell you that was right down the middle, so 2 points either way. O'Kennedy was the one who knocked it through. So that's important as the lead grows to 9 or 2 scores. So Wisconsin will need a quick strike and then another quick strike if they were to make a comeback in this game. And of course, we've seen plenty of them so far at the start of halves, so what's to say it couldn't happen right now? Kick is up towards the middle-ish, also towards the far side a bit. The Badgers have it. And Quinton is not one that falls down easily. Takes about 5 Buckeyes and a bunch of different efforts to take him down. Now they turn it over. Tough time for a turnover. And it's the other Fairfield brother, Ian. He's a sophomore who moves ahead for a couple. 1:20 to play in the game. All the way out wide for Jack Lang. He's spun down. Wisconsin tries a counter ruck, but it's well defended. Good work standing strong by Rizirene. He has the ball now. We'll give it off to O'Kennedy. In the middle, it's Steele Matthews trying to bulldoze his man. Does pretty well. Ohio State still possessing, numbers out wide left. Connor Fairfield goes short. They don't use the sideline. They tried to go more toward the middle. The Fairfield brothers did on that connection. Certainly looked like they had space down the wing, but they chose the center instead. Also, not a bad idea to try to just drain some clock. Under 30 seconds to play. In Fairfield, considers his options. Breaks a tackle before he's finally brought down on a spinning play from Harris Eric, who has electrifying speed. And there's another try. That'll do it. That'll wrap this one up as Ohio State holds on and dominates the final 3 minutes of play to come away with the victory and move to 2-1. Wisconsin drops to 1-2 after this 26-12 decision. Could be 28 depending the conversion.
Yeah, and again, that was an excellent last attempt at a try there, and of course, successful attempt at a try by the Buckeyes, again, using the space very well. Again, playing methodically, moving the ball from one side of the field to the other, using their space to their advantage, and again, being able to muscle in that try. Plus the conversion off of another steeper attempt, so that brings the final score to 28-12. Ohio State takes this final victory of the day.
Hope to see you all here tomorrow, bright and early.
Thank you everyone for joining, all who made it for some part or all part of today's action. 10 great teams representing a great conference here at Stinson Rugby Field in South Bend, Indiana. That does it for our action today on the Notre Dame Rugby channel. Stay tuned tomorrow starting with 10 a.m. for the final round of pool play, and then right after at noon the playoffs begin. So a lot of good action still to come this weekend before we determine our Big Ten champion. For Nick Ruthraff and Sam Ohaj behind the scenes and my partner Claire DeMayo, I'm Charlie Morris. Thank you so much for joining us today. Exhilarating rugby action on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. Join us again tomorrow at 10 for even more action as it continues. So long for tonight. Have a good night.
Thank you. See you tomorrow, bright and early.